That's the shofar. Hashiram, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Akarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayosha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalakwa, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shua. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabbalah, Makah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. Ba'atharatazak, know and not thou murder. Ba'athakanab, know and not thou murder. Ba'athakanab, know and not thou steal. Ba'athayanashikar, know and not thou testify falsely. Ba'athakamad kala shira la rakaya, know and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's when we was talking about that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes. Shalom, handsome young man. Shalom. Good to see you.
We must not eat pork, because pork is doing the opposite of purifying the temple. It is unpurifying the temple. How you must not eat blood, because it is unpurifying the temple. But and also lots of other things too. And you must not eat prawns, because they dispurify the temple. But you should eat vegetables and fruits, as they purify the temple.
I receive. We receive.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
All praises to the Most High, Yah. This goes out to the Most High. Shabbat Shalom, everyone worldwide. Shabbat Shalom. That's the Sabbath day. That's the seventh day that the Most High said, remember and keep it forever. It's holy and set apart. He said that in the book of Genesis when he created us, his creation. Yeah, I think y'all can hear me. Let me look at the comment, make sure I'm here. All right. Yes. So the seventh day, we honor and keep it forever. The seventh day, the Shabbat, the Sabbath day was made for you, not you for it. So don't burden yourself down with foolish stuff. Don't stress yourself out. Those who have to work, you keep it spiritually in your heart and know that in your heart is consecrated a special day to the Most High. It's supposed to be a day of rest. All right. So it is your day. All right. He gave it to you. So, but they polluted it, right? They made it the day of partying and shopping and doing all that stuff. And then they try to, here we go. They try to sanctify the first day. The Most High said the seventh day was the holy day. But the Roman Catholic Church changed it to the first day, what they call Sunday, with Roman Catholicism and then this Christianity religion that they brought forth. But the Most High never said that. Y'all know that. It's in the Genesis. So I don't understand why people just think that they can take man's, meaning the enslavers, no disrespect to anybody that's Roman, but these were enslavers. The Romans, the Greco-Romans and stuff that enslaved our people. That Bible, where it was written the seventh day, that's the Hebrews book, and they enslaved the Hebrews. These were black people, whatever. All right, y'all, that part. All right, shout out to Victorious Ron, shout out to Linda Llewellyn, shout out to Sister Roberta and her husband, shout out to Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah. I love you all. Let's get this party started. So tonight, I got a couple of things I'm gonna bring out. I'm gonna do the thumbnail right away, and but we got a very important part. So as we was reading the ancient history book about the so-called black people that were from the tribe of Judah that went into Spain. The first they went into Spain, then then the Moors, then they met up with the Moors, and the Moors learned, like they partnered up with the Moors because some of the Moors came into Spain as well, the blacker Moors, and they started to, they started to help one another. And then on the west coast of Africa, they our ancestors that went back there and stuff, and the ones that were there, they started telling the Moors that they were partnering with there in the west coast of Africa about this new land, Spain, and this European world up on the top of North Africa. And so the Moors went in there, and so then the Moors went in there and they conquered Spain for a time. They conquered it, and then our ancestors went back and everything. So then some of the pirates, the Goths, the Vandals, those, this is during the now during the Dark Ages, well, during the like 12th century, 1300s and stuff like that. Then they started to conquer the Moors in the Spain area of Iberia. It wasn't called Spain, the Iberia Peninsula. This is history. And they started to conquer. And the what you would call, they call them the Aryans. The Aryans, that's where you get the Aryan race from, right? They call them the Aryans, right? The Aryans. And they started to conquer and take over, all right? But it was originally our ancestors, so-called blacks, yeah, in the Caribbean and America and stuff like that, what they call the Negroes, that's a certain section of black people called the Negroes. That's why they had a place in Africa and West Coast called Negro land. Because, all right, and we got other stuff to bring that up. But tonight, we're gonna go into the actual, we got another book we're gonna open. So what I did is I put together much more books, because what I don't want to do, I don't want to read from one book and we hear the history story from this book, right, from the 1800s or the 1700s, and y'all think that we're taking our scholarship and we're just only basing it off one author and one book from the 1800s. There's many of them. So what I did was I found one book, two book, three book, four book, five book, six book, seven book, and they all telling their stories about what happened to us and sent to Africa. Tonight, it's a harrowing story. I got another book. So we're going to go with the book that we read last week, right? We're going to start there, but then I'm going to open the other book and it goes into much more detail. A whole nother book, a whole nother author. He's from the earlier 1800s, and it goes into some of the most disturbing details. And it says the details in very descriptive. It was what I was looking for, because I had these books from years ago, right? And I got them all on my drives, but I don't know which drive. I got 5 or 6 hard drives. I didn't know where. So I started to research again. So I was looking for certain specific books because I knew certain ones went into serious detail. And the one I found it goes into some of the most horror detail. It literally tells what our ancestors did, what they did to us to make our ancestors Christian by death. Our ancestors, they slaughtered, it's horrible, bro. All right, so we'll be getting to that really soon. I just want to do the thumbnail first, and and a little, information, and then we're going to start opening those books right on up, nice and early, not even late. All right. So most high willing. All right. So I'm gonna put the link on the screen for the ministry to join some of them, whoever wants to join me on the screen for the ministry. All right, because Friday night the Shabbat is when the ministry can join me on the screen. All right, share screen. Oh no, I need the link. Cancel. Invite, copy. Bang. Shout out to everybody worldwide. Shout out to my people over on Facebook who watch this later and those who come in later. Shout out to New York and everybody else over on Facebook. My Hempstead folk, my Strong Island folk, and all that. My Brooklyn folk, my Queen folk, my New York City folk. Y'all know what it is. Bust it. Y'all know what it is. All right. So, and thank you to my sister Yaleen. She left a donation yesterday on the 25 to Life, my other YouTube channel, Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life TV, where we tell a testimony of my life story, how I became a minister, man of Yah. And thank you. I didn't see it to the end, so thank you, Yaleen, for that donation. And thank you, young Wyatt. I see he just left something. He says, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Praise Yah for the day that he has made, so that his children may have rest, whether they be man or beast. All praise to the Most High. All right. Thank you for that. All right. So give me a second. Let me come back. Come back to the chat. Live. All right. So, all right. Give me 1 second. Where am I? All right. So let me let me grab my thumbnail for a second. Where is it? Right here. All right. Hopefully you guys had a blessed day. All right. So there we go. Right there. Open it up. And then come back to you guys. Hold on. Where is this? Man. I can't. Oh, right here. Get it at the top. Okay. Then present. Share screen. Window. Bang. Yeah. There go the thumbnail. Looks kind of disturbing. I'm like, oh man, that looks crazy. So this thumbnail says, the city where everyone is blind. And then, thank you, Laria. The title to this live stream is The Secret History They Don't Want You to Know. So those are two different viewpoints. So the secret history they don't want you to know is when we open up this ancient book and break this down. But right now, I'm going to show you, and then I'm going to finish. I got some more information about this African country. There's an African country, and right in North Africa, right? I think it's North Africa. Yeah. And there is a city, and this city, shout out to Phyllis Richards in the building. In this city, there's a city of blind people where everyone is blind. And when I got the information, I'm like, is everyone blind? Like, is this a curse from the Most High? Because it's a city full of everyone's blind. And they have this blindness, which you see on the screen. You see their eyes? They're born like this. And there's other things going on in the city that I'll bring out another time. So I think in this part of this city where they're blind, it looks to be like most of them are Ishmaelite or Arabs, the tribe of Ishmael. And so I'm not sure if this is an Ishmaelite curse that's on this city. All right. So let me add, well, only Wyatt is here. Shalom, young Wyatt. All right. So,
Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. All right. So, here come the elder now. Shalom, Elder Taj Balaya and Yana Pa. Shalom, Habarah, Zayan. Shalom, King. All right. All right. So, now we're going to get started. So, I got a clip. Let me just put this clip up for you. All right. And this clip, hold on, I got so much tabs. Bang. There we go. And now I can make it smaller. Move this over. Let me get my setup set up. There we go. And then, right, you let me know if somebody else come backstage. All right. All right. So now I'm gonna show this clip. Where is it? This one. All right. So let me click on it first. There we go. Now let me stop screen, present, share screen. This is the thumbnail. Bang, share. All right, here we go. For educational purposes only, copyright disclaimers in effect. This is not my video. We are doing a reaction video for education purposes. This is a ministry, House of the Most High Yah. Let go.
There is a village called Dalikumbe, where people are born with visual impairments. Every other person in the village is completely blind and...
So, there's a village in this part of Africa called Mauritania. And in this village, every second person born is born blind. But in the villages outside of it, it's not happening. So it's like there is some type of a curse or something over this village. Now, Mauritania is African. It's Africa. But they will try to, you know how they do stuff? They try to make stuff say this is the Middle East, and like they make you act people foolish. They don't realize Morocco and Tunisia is actually North Africa. These are Africa, you know? So it's like, all right, so yes, so this place, Sister Roberta said, yeah, she like, yeah, it's a curse. So it's there's another, this land is I'm not gonna bring it out tonight. I'll do it on another one. This land, I might do it tonight. I don't know. But anyway, no, I want to get to what we got to get to. We got some very important stuff to bring out. So the so-called, what you call black, as you see this man right here, right? See him right there, right? So the blacks, what you call blacks, or I guess Hamites, Africans, and then the Arabs, right? They share this land, right? Because the Arabs, which the Moors were Arabs, and those who follow Mohammedanism, Islam and stuff, were in they were in Africa too, right? It's Ishmael, right? Ishmaelites, right? And but yes, this place, every second person born there is born blind. All right, listen.
cannot see the world in any way. When asked about the reason for this situation, the villagers attribute it to God's will. There has been the same eye condition in the entire village for about 10 generations, and people live their entire...
You see, he said the people that live there, they say God is the Most High's will, right? They say it's God's will. And for 10 generations, what do you say? I think he said 10 generations, they've been living with this eye condition of blindness, the whole city. And listen.
God's will. There has been the same eye condition in the entire village for about 10 generations, completely blind and cannot see the world in any way. When asked about the reason for this situation, the villagers attribute it to God's will. There has been the same eye condition in the entire village for about 10 generations, and people live their entire lives blind. People attribute this situation to the divine and believe it is fate.
They attribute it to the Most High and believe it is fate. It is. I wanted to show this because I wanted to explain the reason why I showed this clip when the Most High gave it to me is because I want to explain that there are prophecies in the Bible that will be fulfilled no matter what. And you can't stop it. And you can't chalk it up to anything. But these are generational things handed down. I want to explain this because in our lives, there are things that are handed down generationally. Let me hold on. Shalayam Hakyama, Shalayam Yashayaha, and Ahabaya and family. Welcome, children of the Most High. All right? And the reason why I see the Most High gave me to bring this out, because we're about to read some of the most harrowing story in this book. I found some of the books with the more detailed descriptions. That's the ones I was looking for. I found it. All right. And I got a bunch. So we got so much more to come out, even when they got to America. Right. And when we read what happened to us, so-called blacks in the Caribbean and America, and the ones sent in slavery on ships, the ones they call the Negroes, black people, right? They called them Hebrews when they first got here, Hebrew Negroes. They knew who they were, right? Now, they when we read this, it's so disturbing, and it's like, but when you understand that there are generational things that comes down, okay, it's going to the Most High's will is going to be manifest and done. So these people in this country, they must know, as Sister Roberta wrote. She wrote, "If a bastard can't enter into the assembly for 10 generations, I find it interesting that the narrator just mentioned 10 generations." Yes, see Leviticus. So these people, they realize, they know that this is something handed down. This is a curse from the Most High, and they accept it and live with it. This is what, if we had understanding and we would understand the curses that was over the so-called black people is a generational biblical thing prophesied from what our ancestors did. There are tabs that have to be paid and prophecies that have to be played out. Once you understand it and know it, then you can understand why certain things befall you, and you learn your history and your gene line and understand spiritual warfare. That's why we teach spiritual warfare in this ministry. You learn spiritual warfare, then you understand that, okay, I have to fight certain of these things spiritually, and I have to clean myself up and stuff like that, so that I can to fight things spiritually until the physical prophecy of whatever's befallen me has its time frame, and it's all written in Bible. The prophecy today are still coming to pass. I was going to do it, but we'll do it another time. Do y'all not know that in the Bible, it literally says the Euphrates will dry up? And right now, the Euphrates is dried up, almost 2/3 of it. And they're finding relics and cities under the ground and stuff. But it's biblical. These elephantine, it's all biblical. All right, it's in the scripture, all the prophecies. So these people realize, and they take their faith and know that they are there's a curse over them. All right?
Every other person in the village is completely blind and cannot see the world in any way. When asked about the reason for this situation, the villagers attribute it to God's will. There has been the same eye condition in the entire village for about 10 generations, and people live their entire lives blind. People attribute this situation to the divine and believe it is fate. So Mauritania is a place where you can discover many.
All right, there we go. So that was the thumbnail. I just wanted to get that out the way right from the beginning. All right, now let's get started. Oh, I got something else. Thank you, Elder Taj Balaya, for this. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this, because it's going to have correlation to when we open this book. Because when we open these books, you're going to understand that when our ancestors, so I got another receipt I'm about to show first, that the lack of scholarship and the real lack of understanding the history have other channels and YouTube and people making videos off what they were taught from authors and writers and scholars in the 20th century, in the 1900s and stuff like that, right? That the later 1900s when the converts started to own, if y'all know what converts means, those who say they are from the tribe of Judah but are not. Y'all know what I mean, right? The converts, those who stole our identity. When they started owning the printing presses and the media, they started to rewrite books. They started to make books to rewrite. So what they started to do, guys, was give a lot of our history to the Moors, because they couldn't just wipe it all together and say that no black people were there doing anything, because that would have been quickly proven false, right? And then that would have made any other narrative they say false. So what they did was they blackwashed. See, I'm probably the first person that ever said this word. Praise, I don't know, you know me, I would just be coming up with stuff. This was the first thing we heard of, whitewashing, where they took our history and painted the people from ancient Europe, these kings and the Jacobite, the monarchy, right? The Saxons and the what's the names, the electors and all of this stuff in during the Dark Ages, what they call the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, all through Europe, and painting them white. They whitewash, iconoclast, whitewash, painting them white. But there was a blackwashing that I don't think I ever heard anyone ever say. Praise Yah, He let allow our ministry to bring it out to your children, all right, worldwide. There was a blackwashing that happened. And you would be like, well, why would they do a blackwash? Because the goal is they couldn't just do completely or wipe it, because it's too much history, still historical facts to show that no, blacks did rule Europe and they did bring civilization and they did do all this stuff. But they blackwashed it, guys, meaning they gave it to the Moors. The Moors came into Europe and Spain enough because the Negro, what they call Negroes from the Negro land, well, even before Negro land, from Yaya Negro and this family's line, right? What they call Negroes, right? Right? The Spanish word for black, right? Negro, right? So remember, so-called people with black skin are not all the same people. So-called people with white skin are not all the same people, right? You got Australians and you got Scandinavians and you got, you got different people, right? So now there is a blackwash that happened, whereas, because remember, it's always sorry, this ain't prideful. There was a race, a line of people of humanity that was chosen by the Most High to do a work. They were chosen out of all the nations of people on the earth. That's what the Bible is about. It's their history, how they kept breaking the covenant they made. He chose them and they agreed to do this work for the Most High, for his other children on the planet, across the planet Earth. But these stiff-necked, stubborn, hard-headed, rebellious people, our ancestors, reneged. You know how you play spades and you renege on the card game? They cheated the Most High. And he told them, if you You do this, you make this covenant with me of your free will. If you do this, this will be your allotment, your blessing. But if you don't, this will be your allotment. Curses. Now, the goal of the wicked, the serpent seed, the darkness, is to make sure that this group of people never know who they really are. They don't care if everybody else know who you are. But when this group of people find out who they are and wake up and rebuke the curses and start living righteously, then the darkness and the light, the war of Armageddon, they call it the day of the Lord, the day of Yah. When that happens, that ends the darkness reign over the second world. And it starts the institution of the Mashiach to come back and the holy Malaks and stuff. This is all prophecy. The prophecy going to be played out. Y'all could think that book ain't for real. It should show you it's all for real. All the prophecies in it is coming to pass right now. Go over to Euphrates right now and watch it all dried up. All right? Go into these places and lands. You'll see it. Now, so the converts, the serpent seed, the blue bloods, the bloodline from the serpent, the powers that be, or what you want to call it, Illuminati of the man, or whatever you want to call it. Remember, it's not just one skin color of these people. The serpent seed comes in all colors. It's the seed of the serpent. Their job is to make sure that we don't know who we were, that they want us to make us think we had no part in civilization. We didn't do nothing. We were just slaves and that was it. That's all we ever did. We're nobody, so we can't think beyond to know who we truly are, because if we awaken, they lose their power. The darkness lose their power. So, brilliant, they blackwashed our history and they gave it to the Moors. So they said the Moors is the one that brought civilization. The Moors is the one that brought medicine. The Moors brought mathematics. The Moors brought this, the Moors. And then the other half they gave to Kemet, Mitzrayim, Egyptians, the blacks. And that's Canaanitish, them, right? A lot of that is serpent seed. They gave it to Ham, right? The Moors is Ham, and for some of them, right? Because some of them are Shem too, Ishmael though. But they're not Isaac's bloodline. They're not from the 12 tribes, right? That's Ishmael, right? Ishmaelites, right? Now, not Israel, but Ishmael. Now, so they say we got to include this history. So let's say the Moors had all the kingdoms. The Moors did all things. But we, as you're going to see, that we broke down and we break it down, I got 20 ancient books, and they all say the same thing. They tell different accounts, and they show that we were the ones that brought the civilization. We were the ones that brought the mathematics and the science and the astrology and the astronomy. We were the doctors and the thing. We were the one. Now the Moors did, where it says through that, it says the Moors did a lot of the agriculture, and the Moors worked with us for a time, but then they turned against us. That's going to come out tonight too, right? And they sided with the Portuguese and the Dutch and the others to sell us into slavery and stuff like that. But they blackwashed our history. This is a blackwash right here. I'm about to show y'all. This clip right here is a blackwash, and people don't know it. So we are bringing out the facts of this blackwash. Here we go. Is it this one? I think it's this one. This is the blackwash. For educational purposes, copyright disclaimers in effect. All right? And then we're going to go into to show you the blackwash. Present, share screen. Bang. Share.
Historical revisionists, in fact, are those who have closed their eyes to the abundance of evidence showing that black people, in a second wave of civilizing influence, revived Europe and gave it the foundation for its renaissance. After having invented agriculture in 9500 BC, and after having spawned the two most influential civilizations in ancient times, Kemet, better known as ancient Egypt and Sumer, It is black Africans that injected into Europe and the Levant writing, science, religion, and culture. These were inherited by the Roman Empire, which then collapsed in the 5th century AD. And so began the long collapse of European society until the return of the Africans in the 8th century, when the blacks, this time, as the Moors re-injected into Europe, what ultimately became the spark of modernization. In the 800 years that the Moors occupied Spain, the ethnic makeup of these Moors changed over time.
See, did y'all hear that? All you hear him talking about is the Moors. See? In the 800 years that the Moors occupied Spain, all of this, right? This is a blackwashing. You see that? That ain't a Moor. That's the Duke Charles Frederick of Mecklenburg, right? This the whitewashing. So if you go to Wikipedia, they're going to show you a white image of him. But they got the black images out there. That's a whitewashing. But the blackwashing is you just heard him talk about Moors. Let me show you. That ain't a Moor. That's Duke Charles Louis Frederick of Mecklenburg, right? That ain't a Moor. Okay? So it's a blackwashing that they say so.
And after having spawned the two most influential civilizations in ancient times, Kemet, better known as ancient Egypt and Sumer, it is black Africans that injected into Europe and the Levant writing, science, religion, and culture.
See that? He's correct. He says they injected writing, science, literature, culture, right? But then they immediately go and attribute it to the Moors. So it just blackwashes our history. So if the Most High didn't allow us to find all these ancient books that constantly say, right? That constantly say that say exactly who the people were, right? And the Moors too, and separate and tell us we would be like I did. I thought the Moors did everything. So a lot of even the images that they show us, we think they're Moors and they're not.
These were inherited by the Roman Empire, which then collapsed in the 5th century AD. And so began the long collapse of European society until the return of the Africans in the 8th century, when the blacks, this time, as the Moors re-injected into Europe, what ultimately became the spark of modernization.
See, as the Moors re-injected into Europe, became the spark of modernization. But we about to open the book and it don't say nothing. You ain't going to hear not one time about the Moors. Know what you're going to hear? When the Queen went into Granada to take over just Granada and Spain, because they was already you're going to see, it says the agriculture, the sciences, everything was our ancestors, the tribe of Judah, not the Moors, right? What you would call the Negroes. But then, you see, this is the blackwashing of the history.
In the 800 years that the Moors occupied Spain, the ethnic makeup of these Moors changed over time. It is the early wave of these Moors that were the most influential, and it happens to be the same early waves that were in great majority black African. And they came in such numbers and with such knowledge that they gained significant positions of power in pre-Renaissance European history. And it is this group of black Africans.
See, they gained this position of power, but the Moors weren't the Jacobites. Jacob is Yasharal in his Hebrew, Israel. Jacobites in Hebrew are Israelites. Moors were never, they know that that's not their bloodline. That's not who they are. They never claimed that. So they weren't even the kings. They weren't even the line. So see, so this is a blackwashing.
That joined with the remnants of the first civilizing wave of Africans, a few of them still present in Europe. These two groups joined to form a new elite class throughout Europe. And you will see evidence of their presence through multiple artifacts and historical records today. When we show that Renaissance Europe was in great majority sparked by Africans, it does not mean that Europeans or Asiatics are not capable of civilization building. What we are showing, however, is that Europe of the Dark Ages benefited from the technology, science, philosophy, medicine, and architecture that were reintroduced by a majority black Africans elite in the early periods of the Moors, which transformed over.
You see? Of the Moors, of the Moors, of the Moors. So listen clearly, guys. You would think who you think is there? Just the Moors, right? This is a blackwashing, and this is out of ignorance. It's because if you don't dig further and study to show yourself approved and go into the ancient books, they all say opposite of they don't. This ain't fact. This ain't what the ancient writers was writing. This is 20th century election, where they already start to blackwash. Yes, Mashiach Assembly first. I praise Yah for him constantly pulling back the layers of his story and these revisions in his story. There was a blackwashing, giving it all to the Moors. Okay? Yes. And that's because and because they're doing this, she said, Farrakhan used to say that it was Islam that gave the world science and medicine and all that. Right. And we about to read, and we have read, and tonight is going to go into more details, who actually gave it. The writers said it, the people who were there and the people who experienced it, and the people, those who was driving the ships, driving the people, those who did it, they telling what it was.
Over the centuries into a nobility class, with evidence littered all over medieval texts. This is the Without History channel.
All right, that's enough. All right, so now do I want to do? I'm going to do that. So look at this. Let me show y'all something. Let's just do this right now. So you see how he keeps saying the Moors, the Moors, the Moors, right? So this book right here, this book is going for like $14,000 on Amazon, right? It's called The Lost Tribes, a Myth. And at the back of the book, they have a maps. They have a map. And this is a map, right? Look what this map says. The Yemen tribe of Judah and the Falashas, the Yemen tribe of Judah, the Falasha tribe of Judah, the Berbers, the Moorish, and the Negro tribe of Judah. Okay? We're going to prove to you we're not all the same, but we are finding out so-called black people scattered across the four corners all through the Caribbean, where we actually descend from. It says the names in red in the northern Sahara are ones in which some Berber tribe of Judah culture survives. Some Berber tribe of Judah culture survives. It is estimated about 15,000 from the tribe of Judah are scattered throughout the interior of this African coast we're about to show. Other names in red are places of ancient tribe of Judah colonies. In some cases, an approximate date of settlement is added. Look what it says up here. The Minoan Philistines. When you understand that I show that the Paleo Hebrew with that Yod Hey, Wav Hey, and all that, and I said this is Phoenician, this is Syriac, Akkadian, our ancestors. You got Phoenician Hebrews. We broke that down in the other lesson, the Pelagesians, the Phoenician, the Hebrews. So you got to understand this history. We're going to be breaking it down. It says, look, the compilers of Genesis 10 and 14 knew that Pelishtim and other Cretans, Taj Baliyah, the Cretans. The compilers of Genesis 10 knew that the Pelishtim and other Cretans were in oasis strongholds, Karathathim, whatever, controlled by Egypt, the Kalushim, out of which came Pelishtim and Kaphtorim. It is not possible on such a small a map to show all the surviving Pelishtim communities. That's those Cretans that Taj was talking about that was outside of Egypt. All right? So now, I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to do it another time. You see that? See that? Ashanti? See that? We broke that down before. See that? Dahomey Kingdom? Look right up here at the top. It says Ashanti, and right there it's kind of blurry. It says letter J, the letter E, the letter W, the letter I, right? The letter S, and the letter H, right? But you got to understand, this is Africa. These ain't, the converse ain't there. This is Ashanti, right? This, so you got to understand what these people are. They can't say this is no other, right? Now, because you know, the people making the maps. Now, the people who's writing these maps and stuff are the people who coming in, the enslavers and those who are documenting this history. That's why this book is $14,000. Okay? So they, because no, they don't want us to be able to have these books, right? Now, it says right there at Ashanti, tribe of Judah. Right there at the homie, it says Dahomey, tribe of letter J, letter E, the letter W, the letter S, tribe of Judah. Right? It's all through it. But they're gonna look, it says the population driven to all right. So anyway, and then this is not the completed map. So this ain't the coast. So then further up here, this before it became Negro land. They have this before Negro land. All right, look.
And this,
look at this. Right there, Sine, Gambia, Judean paganism, Judeo. Look up here, medieval tribe of Judah, kingdom, Kamanuri. Look over here, tribe of Judah, kingdom of Garata. See note at the end of this sheet. Lamb. See, y'all will learn what that is later with other books. For those who know the history, Lamb, you know what that is. Lamb, once a tribe of Judah colony, Timbuktu, right here. See? Then, all right, so watch this.
this is where I want to go.
The Sahara, tropical Cancer. See? These, and hold on.
Over.
Right here, it says white Libyan dynasty founded among the Negroes, described about 620 AD, and by Zela, Yemen. The same name suggests a Yemenite tribe of Judah influence that came from Wagga, Algeria, and we'll get to that. All right, look, I just want to show y'all something. There it goes, that's a little clearer. From Wagga, Algeria, and much trade through the Wagga, the Gaio, once the Niger 100, whatever, right? All right, it say white Libyan dynasty founded among the Negro, Sonhari, about 620 AD. All right? See that? That says Nigeria. Now watch this.
The map of the landmass of Africa. We got Arabia up here. But I'm going to get on the...
Now look up here. Libyan desert. Look right there, right up there at the top. I know y'all can't see it at home. I was going to screenshot it and make it bigger. I'll probably do it later. I ain't have time. I'll probably do it another time to screenshot it so I can zoom in to these things. But I can read it for y'all. It says, the tribe of Judah, tradition of the tribe of Judah garrisons. Right here, the Terbila, the Kuda, whatever. Let me see. I'm just going, the Palestine, another Palestine, Benai Musa, son of Musa, over here, up here, they got oasis and stuff going on. All right, hold on. Right here, Dar Nuba. It says exile Yahwism. So I remember someone came to me with the Yahwism thing. I got books to explain this Yahwism thing. Okay? These be our ancestors mixing with other nations, making up other cultures, serving other guys, doing stuff throughout this history. All right? Now
computer
watch.
So that we can see it a little better because, you know, I don't want to mess this book up. But what I also... So here we are. And before I get...
You see that over here in the side? It says Tribe of Judah, Kingdom of Ganata. And these red over there. But we're gonna break this down another time. This ain't tonight's study. I just wanted to point this out. All right, watch
into
this.
it. I just want to say this is something this book has been known for a while in, you know, different circles. I've known about this book for several years. This type of information. So what we're looking at right here is a map. One of the map I just showed you in the book. It talks about different Jewish kingdoms throughout the continent of Africa. So if you just look, I'm gonna go up here.
But that's Africa. But why we don't hear about that? Look at this. You see this? This says the Red Sea. You see? Persian Gulf, Somalian, Abyssinia. Y'all don't see that, but right there that says Danuba, Yahwism. Right here it says Hebrew, Nullets. Right here, the Elephantine tribe of Judah garrison 600 BC. Right here it says the something tribe of Judah, Persian period. Right here it says something Yahwism 700 BC.
I'm gonna get right.
There we go. Look closer. See, Elephantine tribe of Judah garrison 600 BC. Right here it says Yahuda something tribe of Judah pre-Midrash. Right? That says Sheba, Saba. Right? This is the Queen of Sheba and all that, because that's when you start to go down into
right there.
Christian stuff. See, that says Nubia.
Elephantine right here. Right there, right? It tells you 600 BC. It was a Jewish.
Yes, Sister Roberta. She said, peep that the area of Arabia was before they tried to separate from the rest of the Africa by creating the Suez Canal. Absolutely. There's no Middle East. There's no such thing. You see that right there? That says Mecca. You see?
Jewish garrison. Now you can read in history that there were Jews, Israelites that were used as soldiers, and they set a garrison in Elephantine in Egypt by the Egyptians. There's evidence. In fact, there's a papyri that came out where it was Jews sending letters to the high priest in Jerusalem. And
all right. So anyway, I just want to point out, right? In this book, we're going to go into this more another time, right? See, look up there. Up there it says Gardia Maza Berber tribe of Judah. See? But what I'm pointing out, do y'all see anywhere on here where it says something about some Moors running all of everything? No disrespect to the Moors. They were there too, right? Ishmaelite Moors. But the blackwashing, all right? Now, the blackwashing is what I'm showing, okay? Yes, Sister Roberta said, Shaya all traveled to Arabia quite often, all right? Okay, Hakyama says she found the site with the map. Good job, Hakyama. You can send it to me if you want, right? And look, Tripoli, the wars of Tripoli. Now, look at these names and stuff. Remember from when I just showed the clip, when the person was it was blackwash, they don't know what they're doing. And it said Rome, the Romans got all of their things, the Roman Empire, from our ancestors. That's what you get these names for these countries and stuff. All right? All right. So now the Septus, look, 800, Sidon, Israel, right? This is Africa. Okay. Sahara, why?
Settlements of Jews.
Where's the history that's teaching us that this was Africa?
Some lesser, right? You come down here to
Ain't
West
none
Africa,
of this the Middle East.
and you have different Jewish kingdoms all throughout there. There's other maps that you can look at that shows that.
Look, right here it says Levite cities. Levite cities. See? There you go. That's clearer. White Libyan dynasty founded among the Negro Sanhari about 620 AD by Zayat Yemen. The name suggests Yemenite tribe of Judah influence came from the Wajir and for them from Algeria, and much traded was through the Wajin, the Gayo on the Niger River, 800 miles east and all this stuff, right? Oh, there it goes. The prince accepted Islam It says such the something Tsar prince accepted Islam in 1009 AD, but the white Aryan rule continued through something 1492 AD. The nobles veiled as the Tuareg, veiled as the Tuareg still are. So
this area was
I
also
just wanted to
called
bring some
Negro
of this
land
stuff
at the time of the slave trade, or the land of the Jews. And so what you
All right. So anyway, this book is called The Lost Tribes, a Myth. Suggestions, $14,000 on Amazon. All right. All right. So anyway, I just wanted to show a little bit of the Blackwash. Now let's get started. All right. Let's get this party started. Oh, so now there was in this book, as we're explaining the history that was written in these ancient books, right? That go back, and a lot of them say the same thing, right? It's a whole history that's been whitewashed and blackwashed. Now y'all learn that term, right? Now, just to erase who we are, because our race was chosen from the Most High, and that's why we got this curse over us. Now, you could get the curses off your head, because those prophecies, the years of that prophecy has been fulfilled. But he said the curses will pursue you and overtake you forever as long as you stay in sin. You stay out of the covenant. So now the Dark Ages, when our ancestors went into Europe, Spain, when Nebuchadnezzar and stuff, and Titus and them, when the Persian stuff, when our captivity, and they sent us there, and then our other ancestors migrated there, and the other ones who escaped from the captivity, the Babylonian captivity and the Persian captivity and stuff, they ran into this part that was called Europe, and it was nothing but wasteland and savagery. No disrespect to nobody else, but this is history. It was savagery, barbarism. It was a land of, and they brought civilization. The book is going to tell you that they brought civilization, agriculture, education, astrology, astronomy, mathematics, sciences, all of it. They brought all of it. They were the doctors, the nobles, the lawyers, right? Now, I want to show you, thank you, Taj, for this clip, that a lot of the phrases that we speak today came from the Dark Ages, but we don't know where they came from. Elder Taj sent me a clip. A lot of the words we speak today came from what the people were going through during the Dark Age when we were civilized. So when we get to the book, you're going to see we were bankers, we were nobles, we were lawyers, we were the financiers, we were the doctors and all that stuff, and they were in the darkness of the Dark Ages. Total degradation. So almost every term that we speak today come from their plight in the Dark Ages. Let's watch this clip. Very dope. Thank you, Taj Baliyah. Here we go. The Dark Ages. I call it the Dark Ages History Facts. Let me see. Did I do two of them on here? Let me see. Let me make sure that's the one. Yeah, there we go. Here we go. And then we're going to open our book. All right, present, share screen for educational purposes. This is historical facts. We don't own the video. We are doing a reaction video for educational purposes. All right, here we go. Listen, guys.
History 101. They used to use urine to tan animal skins. So families used to all pee in a pot, and then once a day.
All right, so now listen, he said, this is the Dark Ages. So you see this so-called white, so-called black, so-called white family on the screen. It said they used to use pee, urine, human urine, to tan the skins. Okay? Now listen, they used to use urine to tan the skins, right?
History 101. They used to use urine to tan animal skins. So families used to all pee in a pot, and then once a day it was taken and sold to the tannery. If you had to do this to survive,
So This is what the so-called people living in the dark ages, I didn't make this video, see what they're showing on the screen. This is the things that they were facing while our ancestors were nobility and the Jacobites and kings and stuff. No disrespect. It's just this is the blackwashing and whitewashing, the removal of history. Okay? Thank you. He said his wife Yana Pa shared the video with him. Thank you, Yana Pa. So this is what they were doing during the Dark Ages. He said the whole family would pee, I guess in a big bucket, a barrel, a bowl, or something. They would urine all day so that they can sell the urine to the tanners because they needed the urine to tan the hides to make stuff, right? So all day long, your family would pee. Whenever somebody got pee, go pee in that bucket. This is how we're going to make our money off their urine. All right? Now, listen.
History 101. They used to use urine to tan animal skins. So families used to all pee in a pot, and then once a day it was taken and sold to the tannery. If you had to do this to survive, you were piss poor. But
the phrase, you piss poor, now what we're going to learn is where almost all of these modern phrases that we've been using, we don't know their origin. And most of their origin came from the Dark Ages, from what the people were living. So the term that you piss poor, it came because those people during the Dark Ages was using piss to feed themselves. They were piss poor. All right, listen.
Worse than that were the really poor folk who couldn't even afford to buy a pot. They didn't have a pot to piss in and were the lowest of the low.
So worse than that was the ones who couldn't even afford to buy the pot to piss in. They didn't have nothing to put their piss in, so they didn't have a pot to piss in. Yeah, y'all know these stories, right? My grandma used to always say that to me. She used to be like, oh, they tan in the animal skins, Sister Linda Llewellyn, to make leather, to make coats, to make stuff. So they tan the animal skins and stuff like that, right? Cutting off animals and using it to make products with it. So now we heard the saying, my grandma used to always say that, she used to get mad at me. She'd say, you ain't got a pot to piss in. Something, you ain't got a such and such or a pot to piss in. I mean, right? And we all heard of piss poor, all right? All right, so now listen.
Who couldn't even afford to buy a pot. They didn't have a pot to piss in and were the lowest of the low. The next time you are washing your hands and complain because the water temperature isn't just how you like it, think about how things used to be. Here are some facts about the 1500s. Most people got married in June because they took their yearly bath in May, and they still smelled pretty good by June.
See, this is their history. As we read in the other book, remember, it said they persecuted. Now, listen, tie this together. The other book from last week, it said the Spanish, the Inquisition persecuted our ancestors because it said they took baths. They were clean. They took too many. Y'all remember that from the other lesson, the book. What did he just say? He just said their marriages, they took a bath once a year. Y'all hear that? Listen.
Married in June because they took their yearly
bath. Now y'all about to learn a marriage tradition that y'all didn't know. Remember, I told y'all my marriage lesson, traditions of men. We don't know where we pick this stuff up from. We don't even know where it come from. Listen.
Most people got married in June because
that's the June weddings, right? Y'all know most people get married in June. See? But we thinking we don't know where this stuff comes from. Yeah, that's what she said. You ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. That's what my grandmother used to say to me all the time. When she get mad, you ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. Like, where you be getting these sayings from? I grew up, we grew up, right? And Taj is from California. I'm way in New York City. How we speaking the same language? How we know this stuff? So we don't know where this stuff came from. So now y'all gonna find out where the June wedding stuff come from. Listen.
Most people got married in June because they took their yearly bath in May, and they
because they took their yearly bath once a year. This the Dark Ages. When we were kings and stuff ruling, they was taking a bath once a year. I'm not disrespecting nobody. This is just history, right? So, because they took their yearly bath in the Dark Ages, they took a bath in May. May was the month that they would take a bath, clean themselves. So they would get married in June because by June they still didn't stink but so bad. Because it's only been a month since they took a bath, since they cleansed themselves. So this is where the June wedding thing came. But listen, let's let them continue.
Got married in June because they took their yearly bath in May, and they still smelled pretty good by June. Since they were starting to smell, however, brides carried a bouquet of flowers to hide the body odor.
Uh-oh. Since they were starting to stink, the brides carried the bouquet of flowers. That's also the London Bridge, ashes, ring around a rosy, pocket full of posies. That's where that dark children, what they call that those songs. That's what that came from. That's the plague. They had a pocket full of posies. So during the Black Plague, the Black Death, yes, during the Black Plague, we're ring around the rosy mean you got a red ring during the Black Plague around you and ring around your eyes and everything. And they knew you have a pocket full of posies. So people would carry a pocket full of flowers. They would carry because the Black Plague was eating the flesh of people. Yeah, nursery rhymes. Yes, they all in dark. It's all from the Dark Ages. So the ring around a rosy, pocket full of posies, nursery rhyme came from that. They would know that you have the red because you used to have red rings around your head, your eyes, on your skin, red circles, and the Black Plague would eat your skin and it would pus, it would stink. You would start to smell, and they didn't wash, and they would bleed you. Right? This is what they were going through the Dark Age. No disrespect to anybody. This is their history, but they whitewash our history and blackwash our history to make us think that we were just slaves when this was going on. When we wasn't. We actually brought the civilization. This was the Renaissance era and the Middle Ages brought. Now, the Ring Around the Rosie song was because what would happen is as the Black Plague spread and everybody, it was dead people all on the ground. People just dropping dead, walking around. So the people who are alive, as their body starts to eat itself and pus and sores and stinking scabs and everything, they would carry posies, which were flowers that smell good. They would stuff them in their pockets. Ring around the rosies, pockets full of posies, ashes, we all fall down, dead. So they would fall dead in the street, bodies to ashes. For those who didn't know, that's where the Ring Around the Rosies nursery rhyme come from, the posies. So now in this thing, they would carry flowers. The brides, because they washed in May, by the time they starting to get married in June, they starting to stink. So here we are getting the bride carrying flowers for our folio weddings. We don't even know where none of this stuff come from. You understand? That's why remember that other folio came into my, is this a history show? Shut up. Yeah, it's a history channel. If you don't know where your history from, you're bound to repeat it. And also you could be doing covenants and things, and you don't even know what you're doing. You don't even know where it comes from. Ain't that a fool? A fool is someone who doing something, don't even know the origin of. You don't even know what you're doing. And we do that all the time. We don't know we taking on spirits from stuff. We don't even know what we doing, where the history come from. So this is the history of them carrying the flowers. And we sitting up there carrying flowers, don't even realize they was carrying flowers because they were stinking, trying to make themselves smell better. Now listen. This thing is dope.
Took their yearly bath in May, and they still smelled pretty good by June. Since they were starting to smell, however, brides carried a bouquet of flowers to hide the body odor. Hence the custom today of carrying a bouquet when getting married. Baths consisted of a big tub filled with hot water. The man of the house had the privilege of the...
All right, now listen to this. This during the Dark Ages. They did a bath one time a year in May. The bath that they took to cleanse themselves consisted of filling a big tub with water. First to clean himself was the husband, the man. He get the big piece of chicken. Y'all know that. That's a black thing. It's so cool, right? So the man was the first to wash himself in the tub of water. Listen.
Nice clean water, then all the hot water. The man of the house carrying a bouquet from getting married. Baths consisted of a big tub filled with hot water. The man of the house had the privilege of the nice clean water, then all the other sons and men, then the women, and finally the children.
So the man was the first one to get in this tub, and he had the privilege of having a nice clean water. Next, each son, one by one, would get in the same water. And then, I think he said, hold on. Next, the sons, hold on.
Clean water, then all the other sons and men, then the women. Of the
now
nice
all the other
water.
sons and the men. Now if you got uncles and grandpas and stuff in there, all the men get to clean themselves in the water after the father. So now the water's getting dirtier and dirtier. Listen.
Privilege of the nice clean water, then all the other sons and men, then the women, and finally the children. Last of all, the babies.
Y'all hear this? Then the women, your mama, your daughter, the grandmother, then the children, toddlers, teenagers, then last, the babies. It should have been the babies first, honestly. My goodness, clean the babies first. Then the babies. All right, listen.
And men, then the women, and finally the children. Last of all, the babies. By then, the water was so dirty, you could actually lose someone in it. Hence the saying, don't throw the baby out with the bath water.
By the time they washed the babies in the tub, the water was so black and filthy that you can lose the baby in the water. You can't. Hence the term, don't throw the baby out when you're throwing the bath water out. Boy, these terms, we have no idea where this stuff comes from. Don't throw the baby out with the bath water. I'm like, you, because some of them was throwing the babies out. Now they're all losing the babies in this nasty, filthy water. All right, listen. Right? That's crazy. Now listen to this one though. So if the water was once a year in May, by the time the woman get to it, she washing up in dirty water, right? Then by the time she get to her wedding, she need all the flowers she could get. She need, yeah, these are old adages, sayings, right? She need all the flowers she could get. All right, listen. All right.
Water, then all the other sons and men, then the women, and finally the children. Last of all, the babies. By then, the water was so dirty, you could actually lose someone in it. Hence the saying, don't throw the baby out with the bath water. Houses had thatched roofs, thick straw piled high, with no wood underneath. It was the only place for animals to get warm, so all the cats and other small animals, mice, bugs, lived in the roof. When it rained, it became slippery, and sometimes the animals would slip and fall off the roof, resulting in the idiom, it's raining cats and dogs.
Now hear that one? That one's interesting. That all the animals lived in the pitch stuff in the roof, and when it rained, it would get slippery, and some of the animals would slide off and fall off. And I guess it would be raining cats and dogs. That's interesting.
There was nothing to stop things from falling into the house. This posed a real problem in the bedroom, where bugs and other droppings could mess up your nice clean bed. Therefore, a bed with big posts and a sheet hung over the top afforded some protection. That's how canopy beds came into existence. The floor.
Y'all hear that? The canopy beds are dope. The canopy beds came to cover so the things coming from that roof falling in won't go down to your mattress in your bed. They cover it with a sheet.
The floor was dirt. Only the wealthy had something other than dirt.
So their floors inside were dirt, were made of dirt. Only the wealthy had anything
over the top
beside dirt.
afforded some protection. That's how canopy beds came into existence. The floor was dirt. Only the wealthy had something other than dirt, leading folks to coin the phrase dirt poor. The wealthy had slate.
Y'all heard the dirt poor? Because they had dirt floors and only the wealthy could have anything else in their homes beside dirt floors. So that's where you get the, they got the terminology of dirt poor, right? And you would think, and the funny thing is a lot of these terms we use for ourselves, but they didn't even come from us because we weren't dirt poor during this time. I want y'all to understand that. As we about to read, the Spanish king, they took all of our wealth. They took our houses. They took everything. This is where they were living. But the only reason why they could is because the curses that was over our head, the prophecy. All right.
Dirt poor. The wealthy had slate floors that would get slippery in the winter when wet, so they spread thresh, straw on floor to help keep their footing. As the winter wore on, they added more thresh until, when you opened the door, it would all start slipping outside. A piece of wood was placed in the entranceway, subsequently creating a threshold. In those old days, they cooked in the kitchen with a big kettle that always hung over the fire. Every day, they lit the fire and added things to the pot. They ate mostly vegetables and did not get much meat. They would eat the stew for dinner, leaving leftovers in the pot to get cold overnight, and then start over the next day. Sometimes stew had food in it that had been there for quite a while, and thus the rhyme, peas porridge hot, peas porridge cold, peas porridge in the pot 9 days old. Sometimes they could obtain pork, which made them feel quite special. When visitors came...
Listen to this one. Sometimes they could afford swine, pork, and it made them feel quite special that they got pork, right? And y'all know that's an abomination, right? Y'all know the dark. Now listen to this.
Came over, they would hang up their bacon to show off.
So when other people came over to their houses, they would hang their bacon up on a line to show off that they got swine, they got money, they well off, right? Listen to this.
Made them feel quite special. When visitors came over, they would hang up their bacon to show off. It was a sign of wealth that a man could bring home the bacon.
Y'all see that? That one tripped me out. Bringing home the bacon. It's a sign of wealth that the man, I never knew. I don't know why I got to bring home the bacon. I used to say, yeah, you got to bring home the bacon. A lot of y'all said they do that in Queens. What, hang bacon up on the line? Man, got to bring home the bacon. Sign of wealth, swine, cursing ourselves.
When visitors came over, they would hang up their bacon to show off. It was a sign of wealth that a man could bring home the bacon. They would cut off a little to share with guests and would all sit around and chew the fat. Those with money had plates made of pewter. Food with high acid content caused some of the lead to leach onto the food, causing lead poisoning death. This happened most often with tomatoes, so for the next 400 years or so, tomatoes were considered poisonous. Bread was divided according to status. Workers got the burnt bottom of the loaf, the family got the middle, and guests got the top, or the upper crust. Lead cups.
That upper crust, they thought tomatoes were poison because as they was eating certain things, they was using these plates and the pewter and the juice and the stuff mixed with the pewter and gave them lead poisoning because they didn't have the understanding, the science and the medicinal stuff to understand this is the dark ages where this stuff is coming home. All right?
Cups were used to drink ale or whiskey.
Hold on, listen to this.
The combination with some lead cups were used to the burnt bottom of the loaf. The family got the middle and guests got the top, or the upper crust. Lead cups were used to drink ale or whiskey. The combination would sometimes knock the imbibers out for a couple of days. Someone walking along the road would take them for dead and prepare them for burial. They were laid out on the kitchen table for a couple of days, and the family would gather around and eat and drink.
So this one he's talking about, watch your language, whoever you are in there. Yeah, he said it's cat. And that book they've been reading you in school is cap, whoever you are. You understand? So I one thing I can guarantee you, this book we about to open right after this ain't no cap because it's straight history. So I want to explain to him, I can hear what these people, what they're saying, where they got their terminology from. You understand? Right. So people won't want this to be true. Right. But I guarantee you, if it was talking about us being poor and this was us, they'd be like, oh, it's all true. Right. So, yeah, just like I can guarantee you don't even know where the nursery rhymes come from. You don't know where the London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. You don't know where the rockabye baby in the treetop. When the tree falls, the cradle, see, down will come baby, cradle and all. Ain't none of this cap. You need to know some more history, bro. I don't just follow TikTok or follow idiots on Instagram. I know much more history than you think I know. We about to go into ancient books in the 1600s. So I know the difference between cap and others because I know further history beside this. So I understand that a lot of this stuff is true because you gotta, and there's hundreds of history rhymes. The Incy Wincy Spider and Bob Black Sheep and all, you don't even understand. Nobody even know Ring Around the Rosie and all this stuff. Ain't none of this stuff cap. Oh, thank you. Yasser said it's a troll. He created this channel today. Absolutely. But good. I'm glad because it made me go into deeper to explain. I don't want y'all to think I just grab anything and just receive. I know stuff because I've been doing history research back. All right, you understand? That's why I know about all the nursery rhymes. I know about all this stuff, where this stuff comes from. All right, good. Kick them out. Thank you, Yasha. All right, so anyway, let's finish this so we can get to our book.
For burial. They were laid out on the kitchen table for a couple of days, and the family would gather around.
All right, listen to this one.
Drink.
This one is really interesting.
Walking along the road.
This one, where he's going to break down, this is where we got the idea of having a wake at the funeral. A wake, you know how we have a wake and we go there? Watch this one. So he said, remember the lead thing with the paint was giving them lead poisoning. So they was drinking from these cups too, these lead cups, okay? Now watch this.
Sometimes knock the imbibers out for a couple of days.
All right,
the family got the tomatoes were considered poisonous. Bread was divided according to status. Workers got the burnt bottom of the loaf. The family got the middle, and guests got the top, or the upper crust. Lead cups were used to drink ale or whiskey. The combination would sometimes knock the imbibers out for a couple of days.
So they didn't know because, it's the dark age. It wasn't know they was drinking lead cups and they would drink their ale or their liquor, their whiskey in it. And the combination of the alcohol and stuff mixing with the pewter and stuff in the lead stuff would knock the person out, like have them unconscious. Right?
Someone walking along the road would take them for dead and prepare them for burial.
So the people in the street or something, like, how we got alcoholics drinking in the street or something? They drinking their stuff in these lead cups and they don't know what they're doing and they knocked out and it will knock them out for days. They be out. And so people in the street would see them and think they were dead in the street and they would prepare them for burial, that they were dead.
They were laid out on the kitchen table for a couple of days, and the family would gather around and eat and drink and wait and see if they would wake up, creating the custom of holding a wake.
So once it was found out that, people were waking up from this stupor, they didn't know where it come from. When your family member or your uncle be drinking, someone find them, the family would pick them up, bring them home, and lay him out on the table, and they would, Ned the wino, they would leave him there to see for days to see if he's going to wake up. So hence the wake. They would sit there, he would stay there, and if he doesn't wake after, I guess, a certain amount of days, then they'd figure he dead and go bury him. Hence the wake. All right, listen.
England is old and small, and the local folks started running out of places to bury people. So they would dig up coffins and would take the bones to a bone house and reuse the grave. When reopening these coffins, 1 out of 25 coffins were found to have scratch marks on the inside, and they realized they had been burying people alive, so they would tie a string on the wrist of the corpse, lead it through the coffin, and up.
So because it's so small and they're so poor, they start digging up the graves, taking the bones to a bone crusher, probably selling it, probably putting it in food, making bone meal and eating people. This the Dark Ages, right? Then they start to realize a lot of the caskets, the graves, they open up the coffins, they had scratch marks on the inside. So they realized people was waking up. They was burying people were still in that stupor. They were burying people alive. All right? So now listen.
So they would tie a string on the wrist of the corpse, lead it through the coffin, and up through the ground. They had been burying people alive in these coffins. 1 out of 25 coffins were found to have scratch marks on the inside, and they realized they had been burying people alive. So they would tie a string on the wrist of the corpse, lead it through the coffin, and up through the ground, and tie it to a bell. Someone would have to sit out in the graveyard all night, the graveyard shift, to listen.
Hence the graveyard shift. They would tie a string to him and someone would have to sit there and a bell to it. So if the person in the coffin actually wakes up, he pull the string, ring the bell. So the person had a job to sit there at the graveyard all night, hence the graveyard shift. I done worked the graveyard shift plenty times, got nowhere. I sure enough didn't understand why they called it the graveyard shift. I remember I used to think that when I used to work at the newspaper thing and I worked the grave. I always liked to work the graveyard shift, but I never understood. Why would they call it the graveyard shift? I didn't understand. Right? So now listen, guys, they tie a bell to a string to the inside the casket, put a hole in it, tie a bell, bring it up through the ground, right? So that, and have a bell on it. So if the person wakes up in the casket, he can pull the string and ring the bell, right? And the person that's working the graveyard shift can know somebody's dead in there. Okay, listen.
Coffins were found to have scratch marks on the inside, and they realized they had been burying people alive. So they would tie a string on the wrist of the corpse, lead it through the coffin, and up through the ground, and tie it to a bell. Someone would have to sit out in the graveyard all night, the graveyard shift, to listen for the bell. Thus, someone could be saved by the bell, or was considered a dead ringer.
Bingo! Y'all hear that? Thus, that the phrase saved by the bell. Someone could be saved by the bell, or a dead ringer. I like that. That's pretty dope. Right? A dead ringer. All right. So anyway, kind of entertaining, kind of dope. Thank you, Yanapa and Taj, for that clip. But it fits because now we're about to read about the Dark Ages. Right? So it fits. So now I think we're going to have a lot of trolls tonight. I think we got a troll alert tonight. I think they coming in. All right. So y'all gonna have to handle that. All right. So, yep, there we go. So we got a lot of trolls. So y'all handle that, guys. Just as they come in, just get them on out. All right. So don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. These are just trolls. I don't know. Troll alert. They just gonna come in. All right. Yeah, it's been a while since they've been back. Welcome, you demons. Welcome, devils. Welcome to the house of Yah. You come here to get this smoke. You're going to get all of it that you want to. You're in the wrong house. We got time today. We definitely got time for you serpents, you clowns, you losers who don't got nothing better to do on a Friday night. Why ain't you out partying or something? Why ain't you got nothing to do? Why you over here? Be gone, serpents. I got something gonna really make y'all upset. All right, let's go, Yasha. Y'all handle this. Y'all handle the trolls. All right. But y'all say it's the troll. Is it the troll time of the month? Does somebody got a troll watch on? The trolls. Why don't y'all go over to the 12 tribe troll chart? We're going to start calling it the 12 tribe troll chart. You're in the wrong place. Go over there to the Israelites. They go over there. All right. So anyway, let's ignore these idiot juices. All right. So let's go. So Yasha, we're going I'm gonna read a quick part. Should I do it? No, let's just start here. Let's walk it down. How far I'm in? Hour and a half. It is what it is. I wanted to get started right away, but whatever. Right? So let me go. We're gonna go to this book. So this book is called The Tribe of Judah of Spain and Portugal in the Spanish Inquisition, right? This is kind of where we left off, but I'm about to go somewhere. So don't, so now this book, and we're going to read from another book, right? That's telling this same story, but the other book goes into even more detail. All right. But this is where kind of where we left off. All right. So, all right. So do y'all remember the last actual page we left off? Was it actually this one? But so anyway, but because I want to get to the other one, right? The matter of fact, let me hear. Let's do it because I don't want it to be too late, right? Because it's 10 o'clock. Let's read some of the other one, right? We're gonna read some of the other one, and then we're gonna come back here to walk this down. Because this is when King Ferdinand of Spain and Queen Isabella came in, and this is when the Spanish Inquisition is coming in. So she said we left off at page 39. All right. So this is where this, remember that, page 39. All right, page 39. And this is where the Spanish Inquisition came in, right? This is when, remember, our ancestors in Spain, this is the Dark Ages, remember? Okay, here we go. That's why I tied that in. So now, it's right on the screen. Trey, it's right on the screen. Oh, it's not on the screen. All right, it's the I'm gonna put it on the screen in 1 second. Thank you. You just remind me. I'm thinking I'm sharing the screen. It's not on the screen yet. All right, let me share, present, share screen. I don't know if he's a troll or not, but if he's not, welcome. If you are, beat it. All right, so here we go. This is the book we're reading from right now, and then I'm gonna tell y'all the other book we're about to read from. So it's the right here. The letter J, letter E, letter WWS of Spain and Portugal in the Spanish Inquisition, publication date 1877 by Frederick David Mercada, 1828. All right. So this is history. We got a bunch of these books. All right. So now, all right. So that right there. So now what I'm gonna do is because this part right here is when Isabella and King Ferdinand started to go after the Moors in Granada. This is when they started to take out the Moors, because the Moors was only left with the Spanish kingdom of Granada, because they want to expel the tribe of Judah from. They want to expel them from these are. I remember in the other book, they told you they sending them to the west coast of Africa. They send them to the Luengo coast, send them to Angola. So these are blacks. They tell you what they are. They call them Negroes, all of this. All right. So right there you see King Elizabeth, the Moorish king Abdallah submitted his capital Grenada and surrendered. All right. Now look, it says by the opening of 1492, the Moorish rule of the Iberian Peninsula had disappeared forever. So because they only had the city, the Granada, the city of Granada left, and Isabella and Ferdinand took that, and it was over. And you remember 1492? That's when Columbus was coming. So all this stuff going to tie together to America. So they don't tell you this part of the history. All right. So anyway, we'll come back to that. I want to get to this. This book that we're going to show right here. Let me find it. Is called "The Tribe of Judah and the Moors in Spain" by Joseph Kraskoff, 1858. Let me click it so I can share. All right. I don't want to go. Later I'll go to the first page, the cover, so y'all can see it. Let me just tell y'all. I'm gonna say the name again for those who want to write it down. The JEWS and the Moors in Spain by Joseph Krausskoff, letter F, Joseph Krauskopf, 1858. Okay, that's this book. All right. Now, let me share. This is chapter 10, 15, chapter 17 from the book, The Tribe of Judah and the Moors in Spain by Joseph Krauskopf. Chapter 17, it says the dispersion of the tribe of Judah. Let me make it bigger. Let me make it bigger so y'all can read it at home. I probably need to do one single page. That'll make it even bigger. All right, let me do single page view. There we go. Yeah. There we go. But y'all, they can see that. We're cooking with olive oil. I can make it bigger. Let me see if I could. Yeah, that's even. I might even make it one more. I can make it another one more. Yeah. All right. They should be able to see that at home. Right? That's this book. All right, look. It's written in language. All right, what's this? All right, let me scroll back down. I'm gonna get to it. I don't want time to go. All right. Here's page 206, chapter 17. The dispersion of the tribe of Judah. It says, exiles transported on ships, heart-rending scenes. So this book is going to describe what happened to our ancestors, the blacks in Spain. All right? Heart-rending scenes on board a ship set ashore on the deserted islands, this in the African coast, the Luengo coast, to starve. Starving tribe of Judah were given the choice between death and Christianity. This one, I should have started right from the rip, but it's okay. I wanted to do the Dark Ages thing. I wanted to show the blackwashing of saying only the Moors was there, because we're gonna knock all that out the way. And I got, don't get it twisted. I got book after book after book after book, different times, different authors saying the same stories described, not one. This is a whole nother book. I got a bunch of them. All right, we're gonna bring this out now. They were given a choice between death and Christianity. Y'all gonna find out from our so-called black brothers and sisters and whatever other nationality, Christianity was instituted on people by death. And if Christianity was supposed to be the religion of this Jesus, and what they wrote about this Jesus, then that meant it wasn't of him. I can call him Jesus. I don't care. I can call him Christianity. Let's just use these modern words for this Roman Catholicism religion that was brought out, that they used the Bible, which was never Christian, ever, or Roman Catholic. It's a Hebrew book. It's from the Hebrews for the Hebrews. It ain't got nothing to do with no Christianity. It didn't exist. Now, let's say if Jesus was a Christian from that Bible, then he never said to kill people if they don't follow him. He said, he who has ears to hear, let him hear. He said, pick up your thing and follow me. But he also said, but you know what? To follow me, you're going to get persecuted for the truth. So think wisely before you follow me. He told him, he said, you probably ain't ready. He told the rich man, you have to sell. You want to follow me? Sell all that you got. He didn't tell the rich man, if you want to follow me, I'm going to take all that you got. And if you don't follow me, you're going to die. I'm going to torture you and kill you. Yeah, it's a choice. But Christianity wasn't a choice. It ain't of the Most High. It wasn't of the Messiah, the Mashiach. Yahusha, Yahusha, Yahshua, Yahwasha, whatever, Yahawasha, Yahusha. Well, I don't care about all that. Jesus, whatever. You know them by the fruit, the works he did. I don't care what name, his name does have a meaning, it's a reason, but Remember, the name ain't going, salvation ain't in the name. Salvation is in the Most High. That's what his name means, the Hebrew name. That's why they took it, right? All that earth pig and all that Zeus and stuff they called them. So yeah, it is. But remember, just because you know the name don't mean nothing. It's what are you doing, the fruit. So because they sitting up there, some of they Christian calling on Jesus, you sitting up there in church calling on this, you don't understand. So listen, so-called black people, they killed. You're going to hear that our ancestors rather died. They killed themselves than to become Christians. You can see it right now. And these ain't black people writing this book. These were the people witnessing this. These are the slavers, the captains, the ships, the people. This ain't got nothing, this ain't us. This is the 1800s. Now listen. It says they took our ancestors and put them on a slave ship, okay? Put them on a slave ship. Y'all handle the chat, guys. Put them on the slave ships on the west coast of Africa, the Luango coast, to starve, starving them, but giving them the choice between death and Christianity. Now listen, merciful Italy. This is Spain, and this is Portugal too, what we're going to read. Now, Italy at the time was more merciful and allowed some of our ancestors to escape into Italy and gave them protection, right? It says merciful Italy, crafty Portugal. You're going to read Portugal was crafty because they let our ancestors in so they can use their science, their education, their astronomy, their agriculture, the things that we brought to civilization, right? Until the Black Plague came. Now, Torquemada had an edict. These are what they call that place, Dominican monks and stuff. This is the Spanish Inquisition. Y'all gonna read about that later. The Torquemada edict was horrible. It was go get them all, every black, get them. If they wearing clean clothes, kill them. If they torture them, the Spanish Inquisition. Now the Torquemada, he's saying in this chapter is talking about the Torquemada's edict got eclipsed. The expulsion from our ancestors from Portugal. First we went in, then we got exposed from them. A condition, the king's marriage, the contract, and the final expulsion of our ancestors, or the final expulsion. Right. Now, here we go. Yasha, you ready? Well, they left a little phrase. It says, the wild dove, she has her nest. The fox, he has his cave. Mankind, they have their own country. But the children of the Most High, Yasharal, they have only but the grave. That's the curses, the prophecy. That should say, if they don't repent and come back under the true order of the Most High, they have nothing but the grave. All right. Go ahead, Yasha.
Thus mournfully closed the last chapter. These are sad words, fraught with anguish and despair. Yet, however sad, however despondent and hopeless, however much grief and anguish and despair they convey, they befell the tribe of Judah of Spain, and they fail altogether when they are asked to describe the sufferings and miseries which met the unfortunate exiles everywhere in their fruitful search for a quiet spot where they might live or die in Shalayam in peace.
So our ancestors, it says, this is going to be a tough one right now. Well, Pensy Lola, y'all bless. You think you were triggered before this going to trigger. So we're going to speak healing and understand this is prophesied, guys. So we're all together. This is going to be a rough one because it's very descriptive what happened. You're going to find out literally what happened, what Christianity, what they did to make us receive Christianity. It says our ancestors, it says the sufferings, it's going to describe the sufferings, miseries, which met us, our unfortunate ancestors being exiled from their home. They created these lands in Iberia, Spain, or they created these cities and this stuff. and they got exiled and got it taken. It says everywhere their fruitless search for a quiet spot where they could just live or die in shalom and peace. But you can't, because the Bible spoke on what will bestow them. Repent. All right. Slave ships stood ready. Ships stood ready in the harbors. Here we go. All right, let me scroll up a little. Go ahead, Yasha.
Ships stood ready in the harbors to carry nearly all of the banished 300,000 tribe of Judah, whithersoever it suited the captains best. Into these ships the exiles were literally packed, crowded together without regard to sex or age, often mother torn from child, husband from wife, brother from sister, friends from friends, and separated on the coast meant separation forever.
So, separation on the coast. So, this is going to be rough. The ships stood ready in the harbors to carry. Now, I just jumped forward because I want to read this early, and then we're going to go back and we're going to talk. When we go back, it's going to show you how they did it. Queen Isabella, Queen Ferdinand, King John II in Portugal, how they did it, why they did it, and everything. But I want to read this first because I want everybody to be tired when we get to this part. I want y'all to be fresh ears and hear. All right? Now, yes, they never said they went to slave ships and no, they couldn't say that, Sister Linda. She said the converts never said they got this treatment ever be in these places. No, it's impossible. They never went to this place. Now, for those who knew and might be finding this for the first time tonight, let me do this right now. Let's do it so we can do this correctly, because people just be finding this one for the first time. Stop screen, present, share screen, window. This is share. Let me see what y'all see. This is the coast where they're talking about they were taken to in this book. This is the Luango coast. That's Africa right there, the map. This section is where they dropped them off at, right? You're going to see them say they dropped them off on the island of St. Thome, and that's this right here. St. Thomas. See that island? And they're going to tell you it's 100-something miles from the coast. They're going to say they dropped the children and they dropped the other adults and stuff there too, right? We're going to find out more details tonight. And this is Angola. This is the Luango coast. This is where they're dropping them to. This is the Portuguese, to Spain and Portugal. So Portuguese, right? So this is the coast that he's speaking on in this book that he said they dropped them to, all right? And no other people was dropped into the Congo and Africa and all this stuff, right? All right, so now this is where they dropped them to. And then this, stop share. This is a picture of exactly what they're describing. This is the time, right? And earlier, present, share screen, window, share. That's good. Let's get the receipt first, and then we'll continue for new people who just found this. So this is a book. You can look this up, Google it. Chafariz. I'm going to make it bigger on the screen. It's called The King's Fountain. Google it. You can find it. It's on Wikipedia and all that. They talk about the picture, Portugal. Chafariz de Elrey, The King's Fountain. This is Lisbon, Portugal, 1570 to 1580. See? This is the actual portrait in this museum in Spain. All right? You could Google this, right? This, now, in this picture, let me show y'all. Let me do this one. See that? See them carrying? See how black, see that person? This Lisbon, Portugal. This is what the book is calling. This is what we are reading in this book. This painting is the image. This is in the city in Lisbon. This actually happened. Okay? So this, and you can Google this. This is all history. It's all, just Google, go to Wikipedia, show you, right? Now you see this? This is what they call the tribe of Judah, and they caught him. They're taking him away. Look at the lady back here. You're going to see in this image, they carrying these things on their head, these red things on their head, right? See a woman with a head covering and all that? Look how she dressed, right? Now, you're going to see, let me go to another one. Hold on, not that one. Let me go, I'm probably going the wrong way. Let me go this way. This is another image. Let me see what you can see in this image. There we go. See them with the things on their head? It gets blurred when I zoom in. Look at this one. See him with that stick in his hand? They're rounding up. All right, look. See him? See the little black, the boys with the things on their head. They're carrying these things. All right? Let me go to the next one. Go to the next one. That's a Moor. So the Moor, and this is the Red Cross. So the Moors, this is the time when the Moors sided against us. And by the time this Portugal's thing, the Moors, they lost their kingdom of Grenada, and the Moors received Christianity, and they got knighted. This is a Moorish knight. Look at him. Black, right? And he's a high nobility. You see, he got the horse he's overlooking. Look at them with the swords in their hand. So these are black too. These ones are, see, they all got the swords. These are the ones who converted to the Christianity. And they're rounding up our ancestors who didn't, who wouldn't. What we read it in the book, this is when they start to put them in the Spanish Inquisition. Well, that's the Portuguese Inquisition in this picture, and put them in the tribunal and torture them and put them on these slave ships in these ports and send them to the west coast of Africa and all the other things they did. All right? So this is a Moor right here. And he's a high-ranking one. All right? Now let's go. I'm going to do the receipts first. See, look, he got a club in his hand. You see that club? You're going to hear in this book, one we read right now, where it said they clubbed the babies. They clubbed them. For our ancestors, beat them, the men, the women, and the babies, they clubbed them with clubs. And this picture is showing you the club. This is some big stake type of thing that they got. All right? All right? That's all in this picture. Right? Look. See that? See he carrying that on his head? That's the tribe of Judah. Look how he's dressed. Right? See his skin? See his hands? All right? All right. Now see the soldier over there with the swords? They walking around? And you're going to see the ones, they all got these things on their head they're carrying. See, look. See, that's him. Look at the woman. See the sisters carrying the things on his head? Look at the brother back there with the things on his head. See the sisters? These are the tribe of Judah that they're talking about in the book. That they, right? See, that's the one with the picture. I'm just showing different places of this image, this photo, and I zoomed in. I took the time to screenshot each and zoom in so we could break it down, because the book that we're going to read is going to tell you everything that's happening, and now y'all are seeing the visual, the paintings. Okay? Right. Yes. Yes, no unauthorized books in the chat, please. No, and yes, and try to stick to the subject too. All right, no unauthorized books in the chat. All right. Now, so this the one, see the sister? All right, now let's go back, go on another one. All right, that's the one with when he got the club. Let's go. That's the picture of the night. Okay, that's another image. I did another image. So that I zoomed out with the night. See them walking, see the dog? See him? That's from the tribe of Judah. See? Whatever he got on there, I don't know what that is, what he's wearing. See them walking with the swords? Hold on. Another one. I just wanted to show the dog. All right, look. See her? It's a little girl. Tambourine. He's rowing the boat. right? These, you're going to find out how they became children. They took the children and gave them to the people to raise as godparents. Remember I said the last one we learned about the godmother and godfather? We about it going down. It explains everything now. Look at this. I showed that. That's one that they're torturing. This is a tribe of Judah that's not receiving Christianity. And this is blood. This is a torture device on his head. He's in the middle of the city while all is going, they rounding up others and doing all this stuff, and he's just bleeding out everywhere. See? That's blood. The painter is painting the blood just dripping out from whatever. It's probably this torture device is probably spikes. So they have nails, sticking nails on the inside of this thing, and it fastens in the back of your head. And so they stick it on your face, and all the nails go into your eyes, your head, your everywhere, and then they close it behind you. And so all the blood is just dripping down everywhere. And he's just left to be tortured. And he can't see, so he's walking around and he's in the public forum. Yes, and this be on the Sunday. Look back here. Look at the sister with the thing on her head. Look at the little child. They paint in the public square. You see people just walking around like this is everyday stuff. See, look, they walk around with a thing on their head. He got a club. See? And you see people just going along their business. That's why I showed the picture of the two walking and the dog. Hey, this is normal for our ancestors. Normal stuff. See, look. See, they just walking down the street. La, 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 la. They got their swords out. Dog is just walking while they gathering people. See, up there, they bent down. I think he probably dropped whatever thing that he had to carry. I don't know what they doing to this person right there. All right. Now, yeah, this is what's happening in Portugal. All right. So now y'all got the receipt for the book of exactly. All right. And that was my image. I did take a screenshot of this is the west coast of Africa and all. These are where these people came from. All right. All right. Now that's the book. I mean, that's the picture, the painting. I'm going to give y'all one more chance to y'all can find the painting. Y'all can have that. It's called the Chafariz de El Rey. It's on the screen. The King's Fountain. All right. 1570. This is Lisbon, Portugal. That's the book we're reading from. Now, that receipt is done. I showed y'all the Luengo coast where they're dropping them off. Now let's get back to the book. Now y'all got, all right. That's another one. The religious, we're going to read that another time. All right, so let me go back. Stop share. Where am I? Come back to y'all. Stop share. We do this in this channel because we don't want y'all to just receive things just from nowhere. We study to show ourselves approved. All right, so there's receipts for everything that we bring out here and multiple. This is actual scholarship that we do. All right. Shalom, Sister Kelly Perry. Present, share screen. Sorry if I didn't see anybody that came in. I don't have time to really look at the chat. I just saw her pop in. All right. So where am I? It's Joseph Kraskoff, that one. Bang, share. All right. So now y'all know. So now the ships stood ready in the harbors all right, so now let me go up a little. It says, now this part right here, we still in Spain. All right. So they're going to ship in from Spain. Then we're going to go into Portugal. That's the image. That's the Portugal, Lisbon. So right now we in Spain. It started in Spain. We were in Spain first. A little bit of us was in Portugal. We were rich and wealthy, right? So Spain is taking the wealth. Right. And now they're exiling. Right. And you see what he said? He said, they want us, if we don't become Christian, they're going to kill us, torture us, and send us into slavery. All right. Now listen, to become Christian, but I thought it's supposed to be a religion of good. This don't sound good to me. All right, now listen. It says it said, however, thus mournfully close the chapter. These are sad words fraught with anguish and despair. Yet, however sad, however despondent and hopeless, however much of grief and anguish and despair they convey that befell the black tribe of Judah of Spain, and they fail altogether when they are asked to describe the sufferings, the miseries which met the unfortunate and our black ancestors who got exiled everywhere in their fruitless search. They were just searching for a quiet spot where they might live and die and worship their creator in peace, their culture. These ships stood ready in the harbors to carry nearly all of the banished. 300,000 of them were in this Spain. Tribe of Judah ancestors, whatsoever it suited the captains best. So wherever the captains of the ship suited that they're going to take them, whether it's St. Thomas, Principe, Angola part, wherever on the Lingua coast, wherever it suited them, that's where the captains was taking them. Now it says, into these ships, our ancestors, the exiles, they were literally packed, crowded together. This literally sounds like the transatlantic slave trade, right? You would think, if I just read this, you would think, oh, this is slavery. This is the Spanish slave trade, the Portugal slave trade, the Inquisition that they don't tell you involved us. It says they were crowded together without regards, male and female, all ages packed together in the ship. Often the mothers were torn from the children, the husband from the wife, the brother from the sister, separated. No other people could got this history that they say this happened to them. Y'all here, listen up, so-called black people across the world, Caribbean, American, all this stuff. Listen, this is your history they hid from you. That's why the title of this video was The History They Don't Want You to Know. The history that they hid from you. It says, the mother from sister, a child from torn from mother, husband from wife, friends separated from friends. They were separated on the coast. When they got separated, got sent to that Luengo coast I just showed you, it meant they were separated forever. You were never, Africa's too big, that coast. And once they got there, they either got killed by the animals or the Moors that was there or the Dutch, the Netherlanders that was there. They got sold into a slavery in Africa too, or killed, or, all right. Go ahead, Yasha. It says words and the heart. Now, this author is describing what he saw and what was witnessed. Go ahead, Yasha.
Sorry, the
You
head.
can't see it?
Yeah, the head's blocking some of it.
Oh, I see it. I see it now.
I have it.
Hold
It's
on.
okay. I have it on my screen too.
Okay.
Okay. Words and the heart fail me to speak of the heart-rending cries of parent for child and child for parent, of husband for wife and wife for husband, or of the wailing and lamenting as Spain, the land of their birth, the home of their comfort and blessings, slowly faded out of sight and finally disappeared beneath the horizon.
So he's describing. Now, this author has told you Spain, they were there because they've been there for about 500 years now. It's their land of their birth, these generations that they're doing this to. It was the home of their comfort and luxury. Y'all hear that? Remember, now we opened up with the Dark Ages. They told you they was pissing in pans and pots and they were not taking a bath for a year. This the Dark Ages. Our ancestors were in luxury. They were the kingdom, the nobles. It says, listen, they got stripped their home of their comfort and luxury and blessings. It slowly faded out of sight when they was on these ships being shipped to the west coast of Africa. It disappeared beneath the horizon. It says, and now begins a chapter in the history of the children of Israel's suffering, which is so frightful, so revolting, that the pen and the mouth, the tongue, recoil from dwelling upon it in detail. This author said, bro, What is it's see what it said, tribe of Israel, it's y'all children of Yasharal. Their suffering is so frightful. Now, I don't hear these converts who over there talking about they got sent into slavery to the west coast of Africa, because they can't say that, right? Impossible. You heard this part. That's why the title, this the history they don't want you to know. Now, they want to talk about translation state. This precedes it. We all thought we came from out. We have no idea. Listen, it says, now this begins a chapter in the history of the children of Yasharal's suffering, which is so frightful, so revolting, that the pen and the tongue recoil from dwelling upon it in detail. Before these sufferings, all that had been hitherto endured faded into insignificance. So it said before this part, what we about to read now, everything that happened before that, all the burning their villages and making them become Christians and the new Christian, all that stuff, they said all that stuff that they endured was insignificant to what's about to happen right now. All right. It said, and again, it is avarice, it is rapacity that bring these miseries upon them. The possession of the gold brought on their former sufferings, and now it is the want of it that opens their present miseries. Thou miserable gold. Okay? So, their wealth, their prosperity, the things, their avarice, rapacity, it brings these miseries. What brings these miseries upon them is the curses. That the prophecy. The possession of the gold brought on their former sufferings, and now it is the want of it that opens their present miseries. Thou miserable gold, whether ally or whether foe, ever though was the cause of the children of Israel, of Yasharal's untold sufferings. It was their love for that mammon and money, the not repenting, the curses. The expulsion edict. Now, this is the Spanish kings wrote a law edict to expose them, to get them out of Spain, right? To make them into Christians and send them into slavery and get them out of Spain. Those who don't want to become Christians. Yasha, could you read from here? The expulsion edict.
There's a line before it because of the
whether ally or whether foe, even though was the cause of the children of Yasharal's untold sufferings. Because of thee, they had to purchase life, and because of thee, they had to suffer death. All right, go ahead. The expulsion
edict had prohibited the tribe of Judah under penalty of death from having money, mammon, in their possession at their departure. And the tribe of Judah obeyed that mandate. What cared they for money when they could not enjoy it in their beloved Spain?
So they loved their home. So they told them, you can't have no money. Whether we send you to Portugal, you're going to go there broke. That's why I remember last time he said the ones who got into Portugal couldn't pay the tax because they had poverty. They had poverty because they took all their wealth. And when they got to the west coast of Africa, they got nothing, no wealth, no nothing, right? So he said, but it's like they didn't care about money. They really loved their home. It wasn't dark ages for now, it's becoming dark. They loved their beautiful cities that they built. Seville, Toledo, this is Spain, Iberia. They loved their home. It said what they cared for money when they couldn't enjoy it in their beloved home of Spain. What cared they for enjoyment or even for their own lives when it was to be lived in the distant and hostile lands where they're sending them to? Yasha, but the pirate captains
and their heartless crews felt convinced that the tribe of Judah must have large sums of mammon, money, sewed up in their clothes or concealed on their persons. No sooner were they on the high sea when men and women and children were ordered on deck, commanded to disrobe publicly, regardless of innocence of youth and modesty of sex. Many a virgin and many a youth, many a husband and many a wife dared to resist. Not that they had money concealed, but for shame's sake. And the raging billows rocked, them into their eternal sleep for their resistance. Disappointed in their search, their thirst for gold was the more excited. Body after body they ripped open before the eyes of the unfortunate exiles in the belief that they must have swallowed their gold and precious jewels.
Pause. What you're listening to and you're going to listen to is some of the most disturbing things that they are hiding from us in history. So when the Spanish king and queen Isabella and Ferdinand put our ancestors on these ships, they took all their money. They took all their gold. That's what it was talking about when it says the gold that our ancestors had during the Dark Ages, the money, the wealth. They said that gold is what's going to bring a woe on them, their wealth. That's what, okay, so that was like a poem up here, right here. The possession of the gold brought on their former sufferings. So the gold and the wealth that our ancestors had in Spain, the people, the populace, they call it remember, we read another book. We're going to go back. The populace started to raid their houses, our neighborhoods, what the first ghettos, but we made it into kingdoms. And they was looking for our ancestors' money, taking their possessions, their gold, their wealth. Remember, this was the Dark Ages where they were pissing in pots. They ain't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out. See? They was taking a bath once a month. They was piss poor, right? Dark Ages, savagery. The gold, this way it says right here, the possession of the gold brought on our ancestors' former sufferings. Before this is happening, because remember, this was going on for about 20 years now. Now they bring it in the Spanish Inquisition. So they've been slowly getting darker and darker, more raids in our cities and burning down our houses and taking people, and in the Spanish Inquisition and accusing people and taking all their property. So now the gold, it says the possession of the gold brought on their former sufferings, and the want of that gold is going to open up our ancestors' present miseries, meaning the captains, the other nations, the Spaniards and stuff, they want our ancestors' gold and money and wealth so much that the want of that gold is going to bring on their present miseries. And that's why I said, thou miserable gold. All right. And it says, whether an ally or whether a foe, ever though was the cause of our ancestors' suffering. Whether it was some that they said that they were our friends or our enemies, once they started this curse over us, they all wanted our gold. Okay? Yes. She said it was the gold that Christopher Columbus told King Ferdinand and Isabella about in order to get access to if they would fund his trips to the New World. Facts. All right. And they're going to talk about the America too. All right. Now y'all understand it says about this gold. All right. Now let's go back down. It says, once they got on the ships, so it says they took all the money, they had nothing, right? But the pirate captains on the ships and their heartless crews, they was convinced because all they knew about our ancestors, y'all all rich. They know these are the people that live there. They poor, they in the dark age. They like, y'all got money. They like, where Negro ain't rich at? That was unheard of. So the captains and the pirates on the ship, they was like, nah, because they on the ship like, we don't have anything. The edict, the king and queen stripped us of it all. We don't have no money. And they was like, so they waited till the ship got on shore because this wasn't part of the edict. If they would have did it at the beginning in front of the shoreline, they would have got stopped. But once they got on those ships, they on the open sea. Our ancestors was at the women. They packed into these ships. man, woman, and children, and separated. So I might be on this ship, my wife might be on that ship, my child might be on this ship, going to different places to never see one another again, mixed in together. Sounds like the transatlantic slave trade, right? Now listen, once they got on the high sea, the captains, here we go. It says the captains, but the pirate captains and the heartless crew felt convinced that our ancestors must have had large sums of money sold up in their clothes. They're like, nah, bring them all up to the top of the deck. Everybody, bring them up. They got money. They hiding it. They concealing it somewhere in their clothes. Because it's unheard of. See, this history they don't tell us. It was unheard of. How they gonna not believe we don't got money? It's unheard of. They got money. So it says, when the men and women and children were ordered on the deck and they were commanded to take off all their clothes publicly, regardless of their innocence, regardless of being a child, a youth, regardless of being modest, our ancestors were modest. They wore head coverings. They covered themselves. It says many a virgin and many a youth, many of them husband, many of a wife that dared to resist because they had morality. Like, no, I'm not taking off my clothes in front of everybody. That dared to resist. Not because they had money hidden, but because they had shamefaced. Remember the Bible said we're supposed to be shamefacedness? That's what's missing today. Ain't nobody shamed. Everybody got everything all out. Shamefacedness. So it's messing up my internet now. Of course it is. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
All right. It says, but for shame's sake, and this part when it says the raging billows, a billow, I guess someone could look that up, Hakyama. A billow is probably, I don't know, the raging billow might be a big stick or a weapon, or they call them the pirates, raging billows. But it says the raging billows rocked them into their eternal sleep for them resisting. So when they said to resist, I'm not stripping off my clothes, they killed them, rocked them to eternal sleep. Now, the captains and the crew, because when they searched their clothes, they didn't find no money. It was true. They didn't have no money. It says, billow, a large unadulterated mass of something, typically cloud of smoke or steam. That's probably another definition for it. Now, it says they was disappointed when they tried to find, they didn't find their the money in their clothes, right? Oh, hold on. Oh, they threw them overboard. That's what it means. Thank you, guys. So a raging billow is a large unadulterated mass of something. Oh, so that's the one, Roberta. Raging waters in the seas and oceans. So that's where it says the raging billows. They threw them overboard. For those who resisted, they killed them. All right, rock them to their eternal sleep. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so it says, disappointed in their body search, in the search in their clothes, their thirst of gold got more excited. They drooling at the mouth. Where is it? You got gold. You got money. They got it. And these idiots, they probably swallowed it. It's inside their body. So, man, women, and child, body after body, they ripped them open alive. Our history, they don't want y'all to know. They ripped them open alive before the eyes of one another, the unfortunate exiles. They, in the belief that they must have swallowed their gold and precious jewels, because our ancestors had jewels, gold. Why are they looking for jewels and gold? You see, they didn't do that in the transatlantic slave trade. When they got them on those ships, they knew they didn't have no gold coming from the way. Why they thought they had gold and jewels? Because they did, but it was taken. So it said they must have swallowed their gold and precious jewels. And being in their disappointment in this, there followed a scene, a more detestable and dastardly one that the sun had never seen and never shone upon. Yasha, can you continue? When the sailors had finally...
Yeah. What's that word under? When the sailors had finally satiated their
brutal
lust.
Under there, brutal lust.
Yeah. Brutal lust upon the innocent and helpless, and faint from terror and torture. And when the still surviving victims had been made to cleanse the ships from every trace of the blood of their friends and kin, they were seized and dropped into the ocean without a pang of conscience, and as unconcernedly as if the great
God
had created the tribe of Judah for no other purpose but to appease the beastly appetites of inhuman sailors and serve as food for the fishes of the sea.
Go ahead.
And all this for the glory of Christianity.
Pause. This gonna get worse. Y'all gonna hear. Listen, Black people, especially the ones who still Christians. I was a Christian, but my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. I didn't know the foundation of this demonic religion that was instituted. This is the institutors of it. This is theirs. All this for the glory of Christianity. Y'all hear me? After they ripped them open, they says when the sailors finally satiated their brutal lust upon the innocent. So, you can imagine what they're doing. Man, woman, and children, their brutal lusts, and faint from terror and torture, those who was falling out from terror and their torture. And when the still surviving victims, they made them clean up all the blood of their family, their friends, their children. And after they did that, they seized them and dumped some of them into the ocean without even a pang of conscience. These were Christians doing this. And as unconcernedly as if the Most High had created the tribe of Judah for no other reason but to appease their beastly appetites of these inhumane sailors, for them, our ancestors serve as fish food, and all this for the glory of Christianity. All this in obedience to the teachings of the church of heaven. Who can name the crimes that have been perpetrated in thy name? What seas of human blood have been shed in the name of Christ, of mercy and love and peace and goodwill? This part here, the church has steeled the heart against every sentiment of pity and mercy, feelings of compunction, of remorse, and the perpetration of crimes against the tribe of Judah. My ancestors, the blacks, were taught to be the crime and not the crime itself. The tears of sympathy wrung out by the sight of the tribe of Judah's suffering was taught to be an offense. They taught in Christianity that if you cried tears of sympathy for what's happening to these blacks, tribe of Judah, that is an offense to be expiated by humiliating penance. Anyone, it was taught, might consciously kill a black tribe of Judah wherever he had an opportunity. The taste of blood, once gratified, begat a cannibal-like appetite in the people. And the more the blood of killing our ancestors was satisfied, the more intense it became its thirst for blood. The zeal of these Christians was not altogether unselfish. Every tribe of Judah that was accused of being a heretic or killed, canceled, so the Christian church taught. For the accuser 100 days. Oh, wow. So every of one of our ancestors that was accused and got killed, it canceled for the person who did it and accused them 100 days from his future purgatory punishment. So Christianity taught that if you if you accuse, remember, so this will cause, now they're making it a spiritual thing. They're saying that for every one that you accuse of our ancestors of being heretic and they be killed, it canceled out your future purgatory, your judgment at the end when you go see God, the Most High. It canceled out 100 days from your future punishment for your sins that you did. So what do you think of this? Now this happened for years and years. What do you think the people gonna be like? I mean, that's what they did in America with the Bible, with the slave Bible and stuff. They taught that the Bible said they ought to be our slaves and it makes you a better Christian. That's what they taught us here. They taught with the slave Bible, they taught the whites here, the slave masters. The Bible wants you to beat them. Remember, that's why they made a slave Bible. And they took the crypto. You shall serve your master and beat him. It's you get more keys to the kingdom if you beat them. The God wants you to beat them because they cursed from Ham. That's what they said here. So this is before that. This is before the transatlantic slave trade. So it says, now, let me go back up a little bit. This part. It says, it's as if the Most High had created the black tribe of Judah. This is what these Christians were saying, for no other purpose but to appease the beastly appetite of these inhuman sailors and to serve as food for the fishes of the sea. And all of this for the glory of Christianity? All this in obedience to the teachings of the Christian church and their heaven? It said, who can name the crimes that have been perpetrated in the name of that Christian Jesus and this God? What seas of human blood? The Atlantic Ocean is full of the human blood that they have shed in the name of this Christ, and of mercy and love and peace and a Christian God and goodwill. It said the church had built into the hearts of every sentiment of pity and mercy, feelings of compunction and remorse, and the perpetration of crimes against our ancestors was taught to be the crime and not the crime itself. So the crime of killing and torturing our ancestors wasn't the crime, but you feeling remorse was the crime. That's what that statement is saying. They taught the common popular people. Now remember, this is the Dark Ages. So these people can't really basically even read or write. That's why they were moving. See, that's why I started this study off showing you what the Dark Ages, what the people, they were pissing, they were drinking out of lead cups and burying people alive and all this stuff. So these people weren't scholars, and so they're receiving. So the crime wasn't what you were doing to the black people, our ancestors. The crime is having mercy for them or remorse for it. So it's going to make the population, these Christians, straight savage against our ancestors. Let's go. Now, it says, another captain, Yasha, can you do that? This thing is in your way, right? Let me make it a little smaller, Yasha. Let me make it one so that thing ain't in your way. Give me a second. That a little better, Yasha?
Yeah, that's good.
All right, and then I could probably move it. Let me see if I move it over.
Yeah, we're good there.
Okay.
Another captain was somewhat more merciful. Whether he had to expiate some of his tender-heartedness by humiliating penance, ecclesiastical history has neglected to record. He set all his exiles on the shore upon a desert coast, leaving the weak and the suffering pitilessly a prey to the wild beasts and to starvation.
Pause. Now listen, what I want you to understand, It says another captain of these ships, he was a little more merciful. He didn't want to cut them open. They was doing barbecuing them, throwing them over the side, torturing them. His mercy was to let them loose on the west coast of Africa. Yeah, that's funny, Sister Linda. That's mercy. So you can imagine what the normal was. If that's mercy, man, because see, what he did by just letting them off on the west coast of Africa for nothing, for the wild beasts and for them to starve, that was merciful, because what they was doing, that's mercy. Yep, absolutely. So he set all his exiles on the shore of I showed y'all the Luengo coast, upon a desert coast, leaving them weak and the suffering, pitilessly a prey to wild beasts and to starvation. Go ahead, Yasha. One of these unfortunate
deserted exiles who survived tells us how he saw his wife perish before his eyes, how he himself fainted with exhaustion, and upon awakening beheld his 2 children dead by his side. For weeks, roots and grass furnished their food. Each day brought fresh miseries and fresh graves. These were days such as Shakespeare speaks of.
Pause. So now the author is telling one of our ancestors who survived, he's describing what happened for those in certain ships that made it to certain time, this place on the Luengo coast, how it was uninhabited. They had nothing, beasts everywhere. They put them on islands that just didn't even have food. It says one of the unfortunate deserted exiles who survived, he saw his wife perish before his eyes. He fainted from exhaustion, and he woke up, his 2 children were dead by his side. For weeks, he ate roots and grass, furnished their food. Each day brought fresh miseries, and fresh graves. Others are dying, left to starve and die, and animals slaughtering them, alligators, beasts eating them. These were days such as Shakespeare wrote. This is Shakespeare quote. Each new morn, new windows howl, new orphans cry, new sorrows strike heaven on the face. Listen, mothers, go ahead, Yasha.
Mothers unable to bear the pining. Mothers unable to bear the pining of their children struck them dead and then took their own life. Whole families folded themselves in loving embrace, and while thus embracing, ended their life with their own hand. When the wild beasts came upon them, the exiles plunged into the sea and stood shivering in the water for hours and hours until the beasts retreated.
Pause. Tell you this one's going to be rough. What we're hearing is firsthand account for a slavery that they writ out of history. That's the title, the ancient history they don't want you to know. Yeah, they tell us about the transatlantic slave trade. They ain't tell us how they took our rich ancestors, our wealthy ancestors who civilized Europe during the Dark Ages, who civilized, and they took them and they put them, they slaughtered them and plundered them and took them out. That's the curses over our ancestors why this happened was allowed. But now you're learning history that's untold, the truth. This is firsthand account. It says mothers who were unable to bear the pining, the crying, the screams of their children struck them dead and then took their own life. Listen, the spirit of suicide is really strong over it now. And whole families have huddled themselves together in one loving embrace. While embracing, they ended their lives. So they all, I guess, had something to kill themselves with, and they all hugged each other and then killed themselves. when the wild beasts came, lions and all to leopards and stuff. Remember, because this is a jungle, it's a deserted African coast where the beasts, so they just left these people there, can't even defend themselves. So it says, when the beasts came, our ancestors jumped into the sea. You know that water cold, shivering in the water for hours until the beasts retreated. Warily, they made their way onward until at last beheld the joyous sight of human settlements. So those wearily, as they went into the interior from the coast, whether it's Angola, wherever they dropping them off on the Luengo coast, those who survived from the beasts, all the different things, those who survived, they made their way into the coast to find human settlements where people are populating. Go ahead, Yasha. Exhausted.
Exhausted, they lay along the coast, wasted by suffering and disease, and half demented from starvation. Down to the shore came the priests, and holding a crucifix in the one hand and provisions in the other, the unfortunate tribe of Judah were given the choice between Christ and starvation.
Pause. Yeah, King. It's gonna get worse. This is getting started, bro. Let me explain something to y'all. And I used to think Christ, right? I was Jesus when I came from jail. I didn't know the history. I don't know Caesarea Borgia. I don't know Jesus, right? I don't know Horus and Zeus and all that. I don't know that this is the adversary. This ain't of the Most High. Because I don't care what religion you follow, what culture you follow, this shouldn't be done to no people in the name of nothing. I don't care if I follow the Torah and I'm from the Hebrew faith and you follow Christian. We can learn, you still a human being. I might want you to take on my culture, but if you reject, you refuse, I'm be like, well, just as long as you do good by the next person, it's all good. So now it says, when our ancestors, some of them, they lay along the coast, wasted by suffering and disease. Now remember, these are different stories in different parts of the coast. Now when it says the priests are there, I want you to understand the Dutch, the Spaniards, the what's that other place where what's that fool's name? The worst king of them all. From that, I always forget his name. Leopold, them, Leopold and them, right? These, because remember, they're invading different parts of the coast of Africa. So there are other Christian from Netherlands, they're there. Yeah, Belgium, right? So these priests, one got a crucifix in his hand and provisions in the other. So now they finally, priests come up, different parts. They out on the coast, they about to die, priests come up, right? Christians, Roman Catholic priests, they come up. Or if they make it into the interior, they might run into some missionaries, priests, right? He got a crucifix in this hand, and they got food and water in this hand. What are you supposed to do? Give them the food and water. But he says they got to make a choice. Choose Jesus, denounce your culture, your history, your Torah, denounce the Most High, choose God, and denounce Yah, or Yahu, or whatever, Yahweh, right? Choose God, which ain't even a name, that's a title. What God? Choose, see? Caesarea Borgia, choose this Roman Catholic religion that my Roman ancestors came and beat and enslaved your ancestors and called them Christians at Antioch. Receive this Constantine religion of sun worship, the sun god, in Horus's Canaanite Christianity. Receive this or starve. Deny your Aliyah, deny your creator, or starve. This is how Christianity was put on our people. It says the flesh was stronger than the spirit for some of our ancestors, meaning their hunger and starving was stronger than their will and spirit to say, I'll serve Yah to death. You keep your God. Any God that wants to kill, torture, rape, murder, starve, plunder, that's the devil. They're going to say it in this. Now, it says the flesh was stronger than the spirit. They begged our ancestors for the bread, and they ate it ravenously after the few drops of the baptismal water had cleansed their soul from the foulest stains of infidelity. So after this priest with a crucifix in one hand and the bread in another hand, some of our ancestors whose flesh was stronger than their spirit, Shalayam, Hashiyana, and Tatyana, they begged for the bread. And they ate it, but only after the priest baptized them would he give them the bread. Man, what kind of God, what kind of religion is this? You gonna allow me to die? Well, all right, now listen. It says, thus says a pious Castilian historian he wrote that, thus the calamities of these poor blind creatures proved in the end an excellent remedy that God made use of to unseal. So listen, a Castilian Christian priest or whatever, he wrote on this. See, they don't care about they was splitting our ancestors open, graping them, dumping them over, all in the name of Christianity, right? See, this is the history that they want you to read. A Castilian historian wrote, thus the calamities of these poor blind creatures, calling our ancestors poor and blind because we won't receive this wicked God, this wicked Christianity, proved in the end, he said, an excellent remedy for them that God made use of to unseal their eyes so that renouncing their ancient heresies, their ancient culture, renouncing the Most High Yah, they became faithful followers of the Christian cross. This was by death. It wasn't by will. It wasn't by free will. It was by torture, murder, stripping them of their wealth, taking families, children from them. It said how many hundred of days of purgatory punishment were canceled for this pious utterance of the Castilian. How many, this pious Castilian Christian priest, by writing this, how many hundred days did he get free of his purgatory? Why should he be getting purgatory punishment anyway? You see, the funny thing is, Yasha, they telling on themselves. If you're so pious, if this is the word of God and you're a priest, why is you talking about you going to get purgatory punishment anyway? What sin are you doing that you need to cancel hundreds of days of some purgatory punishment? What are you doing? You're supposed to be living righteous anyway. So thank you, Zayana, because they've tortured our ancestors and made them receive this Christianity, the ones who were too weak to die for it, for their flesh. He, and their foolish stuff, he get to count off hundreds of days for his purgatory punishment for doing this. History again, it says, history again neglected to record. All right, here we go. Another one. Another ship load. Listen to this. Listen. Y'all learning history, untold history, they don't want us to know. Go ahead, Yasha. Another ship was loaded.
Hey, the thing about what that pious priest says, what they became faithful followers of, the cross,
The cross.
the cross,
The cross.
the cross. They're following now the cross. Oh,
That's what Christians call them.
yeah.
Following. That's what it's all about, the cross. What do they say? He died on the cross, the blood of Jesus, cover my, all this stuff. You don't know where it come from. Blindly following this serpent. Oh, I'm there, the cross from Constantine. I'm sorry, I understand we were fooled, Christian. I didn't have this level of disdain for it now until now I'm finding out the real history. Like I knew, but man, bro, this is straight serpent worship, bro. Straight serpent. Oh, I will definitely continue to be telling our people, the children of the Most High, come out of her, my people. Babylon, this whore, this cup of iniquity. Circe, your church has got you doing Sunday God serpent worship on the sun's day, the sun god from Constantine. That's what this is. Your cross, your idol worship, the Most High rebuke you and it. Yasha, another shipload of our ancestors was cast out by a barbarous captain upon the African coast. There you go. For those who want to not, they didn't say where they were. Yes, they do. Upon the African coast. Sure wasn't no disrespect. Sure wasn't no white people taken on a slave ship, packed in and sent off to no African coast. All right, no disrespect to nobody. Yasha, start from another shipload, please. Let me scroll up. Well, I'm gonna have to scroll down anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah. Another shipload was cast out by a barbarous captain upon the African coast, where the African savages pounced down upon them and abandoned themselves to frightful cruelties.
Pause. The African who?
Savages.
Hamites. Ham. See, these are different. I showed you the Luengo coast, different ports. Some of them were just desolate. So let's say you got on the ship, they put you on the ship from Spain, but they dropped you at this part. It's all desolate, nothing but beasts, animals, alligators coming. Nobody. Another one, it got the Moors had a settlement, and they immediately took you into slavery. Another one, the Dutch and the Netherlanders was there. They grabbed you up, raped the women and children, took you into slavery. Another one, see? So wherever you go, it depends. Another one, Hamite tribes was there. You see? These wars, these different Hamite African, what are you talking about, savages, you know what I mean? Cannibals, headhunters. So they dropped another one. Now remember, our ancestors came from civilization. They were rich in Spain. They were driving drop top. They was bad and bougie. Y'all remember the last study. Y'all need to go to the last live. Everyone who's watching it who's new, go to the last live and the live before this. We walked this down the other books so you could catch up. Remember, they were bad and bougie. That's why the pirates, the captains on the ship, they was like, they got money. They got Rolexes. They got diamonds. They got big chains. It's hit. They got it in their clothes. They done swallowed it. Where's your diamonds? Where's your rubies? Y'all the rich. Our ancestors was rich, bro. And they were bougie. Facts. Nose all in the air. Yeah. While the people in the dark ages was piss poor. You hear? The upper crust, they said the bread. People get the bottom of the bread. You get the bottom. He get the middle. The one get the upper crust at the top. They saved that for all those stories. Okay? Now, in this part, so this book is telling different stories of our ancestors dropped in different parts and what happened. Another shipload was cast out by a barbarous captain on the African coast, probably already done beat whatever's left and stripped them, everything, raped them, did whatever to them. And when they let them out on the African coast, out of the jungles, now remember you're on the coastline with the water, Those who survived the alligators. Because remember, they dumping them off in the water and the coast and stuff. So those who survived the alligators, they probably drag themselves up and look up, and here comes something with bones in their noses and spears, cannibals and stuff. Pounce down upon them. This is what happened to our ancestors. So it says, another shipload was cast out by a barbarous captain upon the African coast, where the African savages pounced down upon them and abandoned themselves to frightful cruelties. The men and the youths they sold into slavery. Okay, so the African savage pounced down on them, this group. They took the men and the children and they sold them into slavery. But they took the women and they were brutally ravished. See? The men and the youth, they sold them into slavery. The defenseless women were brutally ravished. The children, while at their mother's breasts, the aged ravished. The children, the women were brutally ravished. Children at their mother's breasts. The elderly and the sick and those who were infirm were mutilated and tortured and murdered by the thousands. The curses, our ancestors. This was from the Africans. We was getting it, that's the Moors and stuff. We was getting it from the Moors, the Danes, the Dutch, the Belgium, the Spains, the Portugal. Another shipload landed in the harbor of Genoa on the African coast. A graphic picture of their sufferings is given by a Genoese historian. As an eyewitness of the scenes which he describes are as follows. All right, another shipload of our ancestors, a Genoese historian gave an eyewitness account to what happened to our ancestors here. Yasha, could you read?
No one, says he, could behold the sufferings of the tribe of Judah exiles unmoved. A great many perished of hunger, especially those of tender years. Mothers, with scarcely enough strength to support themselves, carried their famished infants in their arms and died with them. Many fell victims to the cold, others to intense thirst, while the unaccustomed distress incident to a sea voyage aggravated their maladies. I will not enlarge on the cruelty and the avarice which they frequently experienced from the masters of the ships which transported them from Spain. Some were murdered to gratify their cupidity, others forced to sell their children for the expenses of the passage. They arrived in Genoa in crowds, but were not suffered to tarry there long, by reason of the ancient law, which interdicted the tribe of Judah traveler from a longer residence than 3 days. They were allowed, however.
So they had an ancient law that said they couldn't stay nowhere but 3 days, so they had to keep moving. Hence, our ancestors were what? Nomadic. See, we getting more things unlocked, Elder Taj, Sister Roberta. Hence the nomadic of our ancestors. And we thinking it was by choice. A lot of it was by force. It said it's an ancient law indicted a tribe of Judah travel from a longer residence than 3 days. You can't stay. You got 3 days tops that you can stay with somewhere you need to move. Go ahead, Yasha.
They were allowed, however, to refit their vessels and to recruit themselves for some days from the fatigue of the voyage. One might have taken them prospectors, so emaciated were they, so cadaverous.
So emaciated.
Emaciated were they, so
And that
cadaverous in
means
their
for
aspect.
others, that means, sorry guys, that means so starved. Emaciation means you skinny, like you starved, you boned out. Okay, emaciated. Go ahead.
So emaciated were they, so cadaverous in their aspect, and with eyes so sunken, they differed in nothing from the dead, except in the power of motion, which
So they
indeed
were so pause. So they were so emaciated that the cadaverous, they looked like cadaverous in the they looked like cadavers. They looked like the walking dead. Their eyes so sunken that they differed nothing from the dead, except that they can move. That's it. They were walking dead. But everybody wanna, I ain't gonna do that. That's what I was about to bring up, Sister Roberta, but I don't want to do that because I don't want us to get flagged. That's exactly what I was thinking. That's all everybody want to talk about is that little time frame. No disrespect. Um, we pray for the sufferings for anybody that went through any type of tortures, but all they do is talk about that for that time frame. But our answer, they don't even talk about this slavery. This slavery don't even exist in the history book. Well, it does in the books, but they hidden this. This is the slavery they hid. Books costing $14,000 and stuff like that dollars. Yeah, you see, it's. Now remember, this one I'm gonna point out. It says, no one can behold. Now this is ones that got dropped off on the Genoa African coast, right? I want y'all to understand, they're starving, they're famished, it said the mothers holding babies in their arms and dying, they were rich. They came from wealth. And now they emaciated and they're the walking dead, walking cadavers. Go ahead, Yasha. It says no one can see them from the dead except in the power of their emotion. It's like they look like the dead except they can move. It says, which indeed they scarcely retain. That means they can move, but which indeed soon they won't be moving. They dead. They actually die. Many fainted. Go ahead, Yasha. Many fainted.
many fainted and expired on the mole, which being completely surrounded by the sea, was the only quarter vouchsafed, vouchsafed to be to the wretched emigrants.
Okay, so what they're saying is many of them fainted and died on the mole. The mole was a place that they put them, which was only for them vouchsafed, that they it's the only safe space that they can be. They gave them one little ghetto, call it the mole, and many of them died right there. All right? All right. The infection,
bred by such a swarm of dead and dying persons, was not at once perceived. But when winter broke up, ulcers began to make their appearance, and the malady, which lurked for a long time in the city, broke out into the plague in the following year.
okay. So they in the cold of the winter, all of them being in one little ghetto place and this calling it the mole, only place they could allow them to stay, and so many of them dying from starvation and beaten. The cold, all of the infection didn't spread. But once the winter stopped and the summer came, y'all know heat spreads germs and infection, and all the ulcers and stuff start to come, and a plague broke out. Go ahead, Yasha. More fortunate
were the exiles that landed upon the shores of Naples. Its King Ferdinand I was a prudent sovereign, a distinguished scholar, and unlike the other rulers of Europe, he had succeeded in keeping his power above that of the church and his heart free from the inhumanity and bigotry of the clergy.
Pause. So, Naples, shout out to Italy. I didn't know that Italy actually protected our ancestors. Shout out to Italy. I didn't know that. It's in all these books. There's certain places that their king protected our ancestors. Italy was one of them. It says most fortunate. So remember, each ship was taking us. Now, I want to explain to y'all, our ancestors was born in these ships. They was given away, they was taking all they, but they weren't told that they was going to be taken by slave. They was going to be beaten and cut open on the ships and then dropped in some. They thought they was going somewhere to be able to restart. Now they had a rude awakening when they was snatching a mother from child and such. But remember, these are all years this is happening. Now, some of our ancestors, the ones that were fortunate, they got on the ships and their ships was headed to Italy. They were lucky because King Ferdinand I, he was a prudent sovereign. He was a distinguished, he was smart scholar. And unlike the other rulers of Europe that time now, at this time, what's happening to, listen guys, at the same time that this is happening to our ancestors in Spain, our ancestors in Welsh and UK, Britain and all that stuff, this is the Jacobite. They are already getting enslaved and being tortured. They're already losing their monarchy. Okay? So they already lose. This is happening all at once. The prophecy. So that's the crazy thing. Yah unleashed that doggone curses went and just spread and got all of them at one time. This span of whatever hundreds of years this was. Okay? Now, this is the fall of our ancestors of it. And remember, over in the Jacob, they got sent to America and to Africa and to Caribbean, the same thing. So these ships are taking people to different, because the ship captains and stuff they're selling, they're making deals with these countries to bring them there. So the ones who got shipped to Naples was fortunate. The King Ferdinand I was prudent, sovereign. He was a distinguished scholar. And unlike the other rulers of Europe, he has succeeded in keeping his power above that of the Christianity church. He kept his monarchy. He didn't let the church, Christianity, rule his kingdom. He kept his power because the church was the devil. The church was the serpent. It was the beast. So he kept his power. And it says he has succeeded in keeping his power above that of the church and his heart free from the inhumanity and bigotry of the clergy of the Christian church. Christianity, inhumane. Everything I'm hearing is inhumane. So this, shout out to Ferdinand I. He opened up his kingdom to our ancestors. And he made the great Arbonel, formerly the one who was in the service of Queen Isabella of Castile, he made Arbonel one of his cabinet officers, and he personally defended our ancestors from an attack of the Christian clergy and of the population who's Christians now, who want to attack and burn our ancestors and kill them and torture them. He personally defended an attack from the Christian church and the people who held the presence of our ancestors accountable for the Black Plague, which was then raging as it was elsewhere in Europe and Naples. He said they ain't the reason for this Black Plague. That's why they named it Black Plague. Because our ancestors, the Black tribe of Judah, and they try to blame it on us. And it wasn't ours. It wasn't us. But this king knew. Yeah, I think Naples is close proximity to Rome. I think so. This king, because he was what? A distinguished scholar, prudent. And his heart was free from this inhumanity. Equally as fortunate for our ancestors were those who landed upon the coast where the Turks held dominion. Yo, bro, this stuff, now, of course, we know different times. Maybe the Turks might have been wicked or maybe this, but we're talking about what happened to our ancestors the ones who the Turks held dominion that went to those coasts, they were fortunate. The Turk Sultan Bajik received them cheerfully and provided for our ancestors humanely and directed their intellect and industry into useful channels. Shout out to the Turks and the Naples, bro. See, this is what I'm talking about. Guys, when they rewrite history and blackwash and whitewash, they can make us misjudge a people or a culture. Now, of course, we're doing specifics. We can't say generally through all the time, all those people. No, because I can find probably another time in history where some people, these people in these lands might have been unrighteous to it. But this is this time and these people. So shout out to the Turks at this time in 1490 and to the Naples and shout them out for being humane. So some of our ancestors who landed on the coast where the Turks held dominion, he received them cheerfully. He provided for our ancestors humanely, and he directed their intellect and industry. So, hold on. We were intellect and industry when the Dark Ages was going on? You see, the books tell the truth. If you can read and decipher through, the Turkish kingdom, Portugal did the same thing. It's like, yo, y'all can go ahead and try to starve them out. Y'all can beat them and grape them. Man, listen, bring them all here because their intelligence, their intellect, their sovereignty, their industry can help grow my kingdom. Stupid, yo. That's stupid. That's what I would have did. If I would have been another national, I was like, hold up. Let me go make a deal with Queen Isabella first. Yeah, I'll take 5, 10 ships. Here, how much you want? I'll give you all the gold you want. Because the intellect of these tribe of Judah, these Hebrews, they're the one who civilized the whole Europe. Bring them on. Here, let me set y'all up. Yeah, y'all free to worship y'all Aliyah. Yup, you can build your temples and all that. You can have your Sabbath day. You don't got to forget all that. Let them Christians worship their sun god. Let them worship their serpent cross and let them worship their pagan whatever. Smart. Now, the Turkish Sultan, Bajik, he received our ancestors cheerfully. He provided for us humanely, and he directed our ancestors' intellect and industry into useful channels. He said, do they call this Ferdinand of Spain a prudent prince? Asked the Sultan, who can thus impoverish his own kingdom. And listen, shout out to this Turk. This is Turk Sultan. He said, this Ferdinand, king of Spain, who's torturing these tribe of Judah, right? He says, who's calling them a prudent prince? Means smart, intelligent. Because he says he impoverishing his own kingdom by expelling our ancestors out of Spain. He's impoverishing his own kingdom. As Taj said, everywhere our ancestors was kicked out, the kingdom toppled. That's why they won't let us go out of America. That's why they never let us go out of America. Y'all don't know who y'all are, so-called black people. Let them talk all that crap you want. They be like, go back to Africa, go back. The doggone powers that be like, yeah, let them say that all they want. They ain't going nowhere. Because everywhere our ancestors got kicked out and left, the kingdom fell, toppled. So this Turkish king he's smart, he's prudent. He like, listen, y'all calling this Ferdinand and Isabella, y'all calling them smart and prudent? How smart are they that they are impoverishing their own kingdom and then letting us take these tribe of Judah into our kingdom, enriching ours? Here we go. Yasha, nearly 150,000 souls of our ancestors made their way by land to Portugal. So now Portugal was so close to Spain. Yeah, explains why will I bless those who bless you and curse those who curse you. Yes, Sister Roberta. That Sultan and that Naples, they smart. And King John too of Portugal, they smart. They're like, listen, we need to bless them because as we bless them, the Most High gonna bless us. And Queen Isabella and Ferdinand got cursed too. Y'all gonna see that. All right. So now this is how we got into Portugal. And the portrait that I seen showed. All right. Go ahead, Yashi.
Nearly 150,000 souls made their way by land to Portugal, whose king, John II, dispensed with the scruples of conscience so far as to allow his greed to triumph over his creed. He granted them a passage through his dominion on their way to Africa and the permission of an 8-month stay in his realm in consideration of a tax of $8 a head, which immense sum he levied from the native Portuguese tribe of Judah.
Mm-hmm.
Ferdinand
right,
and Isabella.
Let me explain that a little bit.
Yeah.
So this King John II, he took 150,000 of our ancestors that he let them come in, walk in from Spain, right? Now, the Spanish thing took all their money, so a lot of them, that's why the other one we read, that those who couldn't pay the tax, right? What happened to them? So we'll continue that, right, another time. So this is the tax, right? So he's thinking money. So it says he allowed his greed. So they had a creed that they weren't going to treat our ancestors unlawfully. But the greed of this money, mammon, he allowed the greed to triumph over his creed, right? So he granted our ancestors, he said, okay, y'all could come from Spain into my country, into Portugal, but you got to pay a tax. You can only stay here 8 months, and then you have to go to the west coast of Africa. You got to find a way to pay your way to get on the ship and go to the west coast of Africa, okay? And he gave him 8 months stay in his realm. And he said, for me doing this, you have to pay a tax of $8 a head. 150,000 times $8 a head in 14, that's billions of dollars today, just so y'all know. Billions. So this is big money. I don't want y'all to mix this up and not understand that this is big money. Okay? All right. Billions for these kingdoms. That's why that Turkish dude, like, you stupid. Boy, you know how much money these doggone Hebrews gonna make me? These black people, right? So now, yes, and they thought that's the thing. They lied. So that's what I was explaining, Sister Roberta. Our ancestors thought that they was going to a good place, going to be able to set up another Portugal, Spain, make another kingdom in the west coast of Africa. They lied to them. And once they got on the ships and left, the doggone captains of the ship immediately started raping them, ripped them, killing them. And like, it was a nightmare. These are the curses from the prophets. All right. Now, it says, Yasha said that's 150,000 a month. And right now, that 150, that's probably 1.5 million a month, or more than that in today's money from back then. Probably more than that. Okay? Facts. All right. So now it says he granted them, our ancestors, passage through his dominion on their way to Africa and the permission of 8 months stay in his realm in consideration of a tax of $8 a head, which immense sum, that money he levied from the native. Now, what that's meaning is he said, this is what he did. That we had native Portuguese of our ancestors that lived there in Lisbon. In Spain, our ancestors, that was our land, Iberia, right? We built it up. We civilized it and all that type of stuff. Built these kingdoms. Remember the other book? We were the doctors, the lawyers, the teachers, all of it. The financiers, we lenders. All the kingdoms we had, the houses of wealth. That's why the captains was looking for gold and wealth and luxury, right? We had it. So Portugal, some of our ancestors, Spain and Portugal, was two separate regions. They became one later. Isabella Ferdinand gonna make it one, but it's right there. You could walk into it. Some of our ancestors went into Portugal and the king allowed them because they became the monarchs. They worked for the nobility. They became the financiers in Portugal. They were the rich people in Portugal. They were rich. They were wealthy. Our ancestors was bad and bougie. They became wealthy, right? So that's what he said. So what he did was, he said, in which immense sum, the immense sum of this money, this billions of dollars, whatever, in today's money, he levied from the native. So he told our ancestors who was already there, okay, I'm going to let these other Negro tribe of Judah, that ones, because everybody know they're getting levied, they're getting persecuted in Spain, but they were safe in Portugal at this time, right? And the Spanish Inquisition wasn't there. It was in Spain. So the Inquisition going, getting tortured and everything. He said, I'm going to let them come in, right? Because these are our kinfolk, brother, you know, our family from the same tribes, from the same, you know. He said, I'm going to let them come in, but they don't, listen, they don't got no money. Remember when I said the Spain king and queen, they took all their wealth. So they came in, they couldn't pay the $8 a head tax. So he levied the money from our rich ancestors, the native ones who were there. And our ancestors paid the money for most of them, those who came in Spain. For the ones who did get it paid, it was bad for them. They took their children and stuff. That was the other book we read the other day. It said those who were too impoverished to pay the tax levy, they took their children and stuff, right? That one, that part of the book. Now this book is telling more in detail. See, that's what I said. And we got other books, all these books, they fill in the details of it. Now, this one, so what he did was he went to our ancestors who was native there, the rich, and they paid. We used to look out for one another. Okay, we used to look out for one another. All right, so our ancestors paid for them to be able to come in, so that they can get established, to get on the ships to go through, because they didn't want them there either, because they didn't have no money now. And our ancestors was bougie. Yes, I'm quite sure some of them were loan sharks too. Okay, all right, so. Yeah, definitely loan sharking. That king was definitely loan sharking and stuff. Now, and what they don't know is our ancestors who was there, who was bougie, they don't know it was about to come for them next. That's what I say, if they was really smart, that's the curses. That's the prophecy. Because if they was really smart, I would be like, I'm out of here too, and I'm not going to nowhere. Like, I'm going somewhere with my money. I'm out of here before it flips on me. Because that's what ended up happening. All right. So that's how they got in. So it says he levied the tax $8 a head, which immense sum he levied from the native Portuguese tribe of Judah. Ferdinand and Isabella, that's the Queen of Spain. Here we go. It's a spirit over them to fulfill the prophecy. So they're possessed with a dark devil to fulfill the prophecy. The Most High's prophecy is going to be fulfilled, and he used wicked people. So they got a bloodlust for our ancestors for no reason. We did nothing to them, but it's the prophecy. King Ferdinand and Isabella, not to be mixed with the other Ferdinand from Naples. This one is the king of in Spain. That's who Christopher Columbus went to Isabella to come. It's the same time all this going on. All right? And they funded with the gold from our ancestors. And he had Hebrews on Santa Maria, Christopher Columbus, and that's who navigated. See, now we putting together the doggone history. Y'all hear me? Those who know the history, Columbus on the ships, the Santa Maria, the Pinta, the Mita, whatever those things is called, those who know who was navigating the history when he found the Caribbean and this stuff and what they call America, when they ain't discover it, when they found it, because there was already people there. Who was the navigator? It was Hebrews, they said, on there, who was the one navigating. They one who had the longitudinal. They didn't know how to do it. That was our ancestors. The history's coming together now. All right, now it says the King Ferdinand and the Queen Isabella, they threatened and Torquemada incited the Portuguese clergy. So now Ferdinand and Isabella won't leave us alone. It's like, dang, it's 12 o'clock already. All right. All right, bro. I'm getting going too. All right, I'm gonna go just a little longer. So they wouldn't, you would figure, okay, I'm expelling you from our country. I don't care where you go, out of my mind. They chased our ancestors wherever they went and tried to make the people. So wherever our ancestors went, our ancestors tried to go on Granada where the Moors had a kingdom, and they went and took over the Granada kingdom. They try to go to Italy, and they go into Italy and try to turn their king against us. They try to go to, see? So they went to Portuguese, and now they go, it's like, what? But that's a curse. They're possessed by a devil to pursue us. Remember what the Bible says. The curses will pursue you and overtake you. Everywhere you go, the curses will follow you. This is the curse over them. Okay? Now, it says, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, they threatened John II, the Portuguese king, and Torquemada incited the Portuguese clergy. So now they're going to the Portuguese Christian church. But King John II, he had over $1 million. Listen, he had over $1 million to quicken his conscience and wage war. He like, listen, King Ferdinand, Queen Isabella, and Torquemada. Listen, I don't care what y'all inciting the church, the Portuguese Christian church against these blacks. He like this. He like, I done made over $1 million and I got 8 months of this stuff coming. Y'all done lost your mind. He probably said, listen, if you know how they do, can you top what they giving me? Can you top what I got? Because my native Portuguese tribe of Jews, they done coughed up over $1 million for me to let them in. And you want me to do something else? You tripping, unless you're going to pay, right? So King John II, he had over $1 million to quicken his conscience and wage war. He's like, I can go to war with y'all because I got a lot more coming from these tribes of Judah. And he said, and to wage war if necessary, and expecting it, he instantly put such of the tribe of Judah exiles who were manufacturers of arms. So our ancestors were the manufacturers, the industrialists, the bankers. We made the arms and the miners. We were the industry. That's why the Turk dude was like, how smart is this King Ferdinand? He don't know that he was possessed. Queen and Isabella, he don't know. The Turk Sultan, he didn't know that this is biblical prophecy and this king is possessed, right? Because I think if this king and Isabella wasn't possessed, they would have been, it don't make sense. It's too much money. It's like they're cutting their own wrist. But that's what the curses do, right? You can't stop it. So King John, he said, okay, I ain't messing with these tribe of Judah. I'm going to keep them here. I'm getting this money. I'm going to keep taxing this money. I'm probably going to have to go to war with Spain. So he took our ancestors, the ones who were manufacturers of the arms, who built the armories in Spain, and he put them to work. But his reign was of short duration. Uh-oh. See this again, the curses. Every time our ancestors got someone to help them, somehow they magically died or something. Like, it's like you can't stop the curses from pursuing you. Every time someone want to help you, it'd be like, nope. All right. So his clemency was of short duration. Yasha, can you read? It soon gave way, if you're still here. You're still awake, I mean.
Yeah, I'm still up.
Okay.
But his clemency was of short duration. It soon gave way to the most frightful error of the exiles' sufferings. When the news reached the homeless exiles of the atrocious crimes inflicted upon their brethren on their way to the African coasts by inhuman captains and heartless crews, seeing nothing but cruel death before them, whether going or whether remaining, they preferred meeting death in Portugal to exposing themselves to the inhumanity and beastly lusts and tortures of barbarous pirate sailors and African savages, and listlessly awaiting death and praying for it, they remained after the time purchased for their stay had passed away.
All right, pause. So what this means was they said this rule that King John II in Portugal had, and that's now we're getting into the image, the picture that I showed of that Moor on the horse and the person being, that's Lisbon, that's Portugal. We at to that point now. This is what started to happen there. That's what it said. The good times lasted a duration, and it soon gave way to the most frightful era of our ancestors' suffering, the worst. When the news reached our ancestors that were in Portugal of what was happening to them on their way getting on these ships, so they found out that, yeah, you think you paying this money, you think you getting your fin, you think you're going to get on this ship and everything going to be okay. They found out that these these captains was cutting the people open and throwing them overboard and probably eating people. They was doing the most atrocious things. The ancestors, the ones who was in, they was like, I'm not getting on those ships. And they was like, we ain't going no. They wanted to stay in Portugal, rather die there than get on the ship. And they found out that when they got to the African coast, the doggone Moors, the savages, they been getting eaten by animals and all that. They was like, well, we'd rather stay right here and die, which makes sense. I would have too. I'm like, I'm going to stay here. I'd rather die fighting right here than getting on some ship and going somewhere to some Africa. They're talking about some savages eating people, cannibals and all type of stuff. So that's what it's saying. So it says, when the news reached our ancestors of the atrocious crimes inflicted upon their brothers on the way to the African coast by these inhumane captors and heartless crews, seeing nothing but cruel death before them, whether they went to Africa or they stayed in Portugal, they like, either way, it's going to be a cruel death. They preferred to meet their death in Portugal. I would have did the same thing. Sure enough, I've been like, well, that's why I'm staying in America. Y'all hear that? That's why when these little foolish Israelite ministries, they trying to get your money and they scared. Run for your life. Remember, everybody run to Africa. Everybody move to Africa, move to Africa. I'm like, flee. Babylon is falling. America. I'm staying here. I know how to fight here. Sorry. Now, if I had a couple of millions of dollars and stuff, and I had the desire to go to Africa, because I could probably go to a country where my millions of dollars could turn to 50 million, and I could build a fortress, and I can build a nation, and I can build and make an army and build fortresses. Yeah, I could probably do that and have all that lush land to grow our own food. But I need millions to do that, and the desire to want to. But the Bible says, the Most High says, He is going to gather His people from whence He scattered. But you got these Israel, y'all remember, it died down a little bit now, but it's going to ramp up again when they start messing with the economy. They're going to be telling you, run to Africa, go into Africa. Now the ones over there that went there, they all messed up. Yeah, they run them based on fear. Come on, Anna, y'all, it's outside of the Bible too. Because the Most High said He'll gather you. I mean, you don't believe in the Most High. All these ministries got y'all, they done went over there and got scammed. Yana told me now they complaining. Yeah, Teo Ministry went over there and them Africans, they scammed them out of their money. They done lost all type of stuff. Because you don't know what you're doing. You're running out of fear and leading the people out of ignorance. I'm like them Portuguese ancestors. I'm staying right here. I know how to navigate this. I know how to work this beast in this land. I ain't going there. I don't know. I'd rather, if it's cruel there, it's cruel here. I come down, I'm more likely they're going to try to kill me there. They're trying to kill me here. I'll take the serpent I know over the one I don't. That's just common sense, bro. You heard? That's why we're a house of ministry. We are true election. We really teach. We don't just teach out of fear. We don't fear. Death with our sting. And we teach out of intellect, intelligence, sober-minded. You see, we follow the scripture. Most High said, don't flee nowhere. He going to gather from whence he dispersed. He going to send a malak to gather us. Now, if you want to go somewhere, just go. Don't go out of no fear. Don't go out of thinking you're running from the daughter of Babylon into the mama of Babylon. Got these people scaring people. All right. So our ancestors said they preferred meeting their death in Portugal instead of exposing themselves to the inhumanity and beastly lust and the tortures of these people, these captains on these ships that they got to get on, and to the Africans on these coasts who they can run into some savage tribes who are going to eat them and sell them into all type of slavery, and listlessly awaiting death and praying for it. They remained after a time purchased for their stay. So they say after they paid the 8 months to be able to stay in Portugal, they stayed there. They didn't want to get on the ships. And so now the time is up. They need to go. And now this is the Most High, to their misfortune. So listen, the Portuguese King John, he let them stay because he was still getting money. So what he said was, he was like, okay, you know what? He was getting the bag. He was like, well, whoever want to stay, let them stay. They just got to keep paying. And they were paying. So for a time, they thought they had a reprieve. He was keeping the Spain, Queen Isabella and them from, doing it. And long as they paid the money, right? And they started working again, industry, because they're industrious. As long as they pay, they were straight. But the Most High, like, that's where you're wrong. The Most High, like, somebody must have interred you wrong. These curses, and guess what happened? To their misfortune, the Black Plague broke out. And it raged with a deathly fury because the Black Plague was going through. And some of them that was coming from Spain that was coming in, they was coming in with the Black Plague because it was already ramping through. And so immediately the Christian church arose. Boy, I am not liking Christianity. I'm sorry. I've never had this resolve like this against this sadistic religion. Now I know the truth. That's one thing about me. I can't unsee truth. I'm not a man that I'm not a favorite of men. I'm not a favorite to the traditions of men. I'm a favorite of truth. And the Most High is truth. I'm a favorite of truth. And once I know the truth shall set you free. The truth is the proof. The truth is Yah. That's the Rayak of Yah. Who? The lie is of the adversary. That's why they lie and whitewash history, blackwash history, lie from the lake of fire. Liar. I can't unsee the truth. Now I know the truth, I can't unsee it. I never had you can call it a biblical hate for this satanic religion in the name of this Christ, this cross, crucifix, this death symbol. They got a dead man on the doggone symbol, idol worship, and got our ancestors calling themselves Christian. I was calling myself a doggone Christian. Thank you, Yah, for awakening me. Bringing me out of her. So now the church, the Christian church arose, and they held the Black people responsible for this plague. And they probably the ones who named it the Black Plague. Y'all hear that part? That's why I said probably. I don't want to speak nothing and someone, hey, what makes sense. I could probably almost guarantee that's what happened. the Black Plague. So now our ancestors literally they were straight. They had a safe space. But unfortunately, the curses is not going to stop. Introducing the Black Plague into Portugal, and the Christian church held our ancestors responsible. And they lashed the population of the people in Spain, in Portugal, into a relentless fury because of the visitation of the plague. And our ancestors breached the contract that the King John said 8 months and you need to get on the ship. But they did it because they didn't want to get on the ship because they was going to be killed on the ship and dropped in. And so the church, the Christian church, rose up the people by doing it in the streets, having these church services and telling the people, it's these black tribe of Judah, it's these Negroes, they brought this plague here. When these fools was taking a bath once a year. These fools was drinking, right? These fools were, you gotta be kidding me. And what did they say in the other book? They said they knew that one of our ancestors was a heretic, was heresy, because they what? Was clean on the Saturday. See, we're not going to play no games here. We're going to tie in each book and each history to make it make sense. The Christian church called our ancestors heretics if they found out that you had a clean shirt on Saturday and clean shaven and took a shower. A bath. You needed to be dirty like them. Do y'all understand? So let's get it correct. So now, the Christian church roused the people up and said, it's those Negroes. How? When the Negroes are the clean ones. The Negroes are the doctors with the medicine. The Negroes are the ones we need to tell us that, we don't need to be bleeding ourselves. Meaning the stupid Dark Ages doctors would come in there and your mama's sick. She got the plague. They stick something and stick it and drain her blood. Killing her faster. Making her more, the idiot Jew. They had no idea of how medicinal and stuff. They had no idea of the science until we taught it. But now they're removing us and enslaving and killing us, so it's going into the Dark Ages, back to barbarism. So the Christian church went and told the population who are already ignorant, they can't read, right? They poor, they don't even got bread, they got dirt floors. When our ancestors had what? Marble and stuff on the floor, right? They got lice, they got all type of diseases. Now this plague then broke out from these rats that they've been put on these ships. And it spread because the people are not clean. Okay? Yes, the bloodletting. This is Europe. Exactly. That's what we talk about, Roberta. Spain and Portugal. It's Europe. So the bloodletting, so the plague spread because everybody's filthy and diseased and dirt is everywhere. But then fleas, that's where it came. Fleas from the rats. Thank you, Larry. That's how it got spread. Fleas got on board the rats. So the fleas from these countries they went to with these the fleas on the rats, when the rats got off the ships, the fleas jumped into, that's what the Black Plague is, from the fleas. Now, so they want to blame the Negro as usual. That's why y'all said nothing new under the sun. So they're saying, so the church did it though. The Christian church, the ones who's supposed to be helping people. I thought it was supposed to be in the name of Jesus. What about the cross? What about the blood that Jesus supposed to save? So the church got the population of the people into a relentless fury. And the church said, these Negroes, they was only supposed to stay 8 months. See, you can't trust them. Not, guys, they're being killed and murdered on these ships and eaten on this island. So we need to set a safe place for them. See, that's what a religion of any righteousness is supposed to be. But no, Christianity used that against them and had the people who are ignorant, the population of the people, got them into a fury and said, see, it's their fault. God hates them, which is not true. He don't hate them, but it is a curse. But remember, they're lying. And he used that they breached the contract. So the King's Creed that he wrote awoke again simultaneously with the reawakening of his greed. So listen, this is the curses prophesying. The timing. So when with the curses, always know, that's how the Most High did to me. When the second time I wouldn't listen to my purpose, and he timed the great market crash of 2006 with my second arrest, so I can't get out. The timing, perfect timing, a perfect storm. That's what it is. When the Most High got a purpose to be done, oh, it's going to get done. So the timing, the King's new creed, because of what the church is doing and because the plague just happened to come, all while our ancestors found a safe space where it's like he didn't say, you ain't got to get on the ships, just keep paying me. All of a sudden the plague is breaking out. And then here come the Christian church with their devils, these Christian devils, with their devil religion, come and whip the people up into a fury and blame our ancestors. So now the king rewrote his creed, the original thing is starting to be, he got instituted again because of the people. And then simultaneously, he got a more greed is coming upon him. The riot, the dark spirit of greed, the dark devil of greed is coming upon him. And he issued a new edict law, which threw even that of the Torquemada into shade. Here come the darkest of it all. Let's go. Yasha, hopefully you're still awake for a little longer. I just want to get this part done and then we can close out. And if not, maybe Hakyama can help me. Or I might could get through it though.
I can help.
Nah. All right. Now Torquemada, all right, because he already probably asleep. Torquemada was the one, guys, who helped institute the Spanish Inquisition. He was that edict, that clergy, that monks, Christian stuff that's who started this mess. That got the king and the queen and the nobility. That's the Torquemada. But that says this now new edict that John Portugal is putting in, the Most High is ramping it up. Took Torquemada, what he did to our ancestors, to a new level. Now, all the tribe of Judah children below 14 years of age were torn from their parents, arms dragged into the church, and baptized. Let's go. I think I probably got this. Because I ain't got much more. Let's go. This is the worst part for Christians, how they talking about we are Christians. We supposed to be Christians. Listen, all of the Negro children below 14 years of age, the black children, were torn from their parents' arms, dragged into the church, and baptized. That's the picture. Remember the picture? That's Lisbon, Portugal. Remember they showed them dragging that person? All right? Those that were under 3 years of age, your babies, black people, were given to Christians to receive a Christian education, or in other words, to be raised as slaves. Whoa. Yeah, let's go. Hold on. I ain't playing. We ain't playing. That's the title. The history they don't want us to know. And we talking about we Christians. Listen to this. Those children under 3 years age, So 14 and under, they got ripped from their parents and took to the church and baptized against their parents' will. Those under 3 years old were given to Christians to receive a Christian education, seminary school, cemetery school, the school of the dead, the Christian church of the dead, of the devil. In other words, they were to be raised as slaves. Ooh. So Christianity was raising our ancestors as slaves. Those between the ages of 3 and 10 were put on board a ship and conveyed to the newly discovered and unwholesome island of St. Thomas. See how this book is a precept to the other one? These are 2 different books. Same story, different St. Thomas. I showed you on the map of the Luengo Coast, that little island. Okay? This is where the other book was leaving off. Those between the ages of 3 and 10 were put on board a ship and sent to the newly discovered and unwholesome island of St. Thomas, which was called the island of Perditas, the island of perdition. Hakama, could you find the definition of perdition for me? I know what it means, but I want to see what the perdition of suffering, of torture, of they were sent. So they took your children in the name of Christianity. Let's do this one more time. All of the children below 14 years age dragged from their parents' arm into the church, baptized. Under 3 years old, some were given to Christians. See, these are different. Some given to Christians, taken from their parents and given to other people to raise as Christians. In other words, to be raised as slaves. Others between the age of 3 and 10 were put on board a slave ship and taken to the unwholesome island of St. Thomas, called the island of perdition. Yeah, it reminds me of the son of perdition in the scripture. That's Hasatan Island. Because that's who the son of perdition is. Sheol. Come on. The island, they called the St. Thomas, that little small island, Sheol, basically, hell. The island of perdition, which was colonized by Portuguese condemned criminals. So listen, they took these babies, 3 and 10 years old, put them on an island that was an island colonized full of condemned criminals, for these babies to fare as best they could. And this is Christianity? Others between the ages of 10 and 14 years old were sold as slaves in the name of Christianity. Then, indeed, the cup of our ancestors' affliction was full to the brim. It was a stern truth which the writer Lanau uttered when he said, Die Kirsch wies die Schmeschen was verwedden, das Harsch bis I da Worsches as beraten. The tribe of Judah, well, it was a stern truth which the writer Lanau uttered when he said, this is what he said, the tribe of Judah have experienced fully the unequaled skill of the church in administering pain. Did y'all hear this? Christianity. This writer, Lanau, he said, the black people, black Hebrews from the tribe of Judah in Portugal now, at this day in Portugal, have experienced fully the unequaled skill of the Christian church in administering pain. Mothers cast themselves at the feet of these Christian tyrants and pitifully begged to be taken with their babies, and they were heartlessly thrust aside. Listen, guys. The black mothers begged these Christians to please take us with our babies that they taken to this African St. Thomas Island, and they were heartlessly thrust aside. Hundreds of the mothers, mad, going crazy with despair, ran behind the slave ships that were headed for the African coast as they carried off the idols of their heart, their children, and they died in the water, in the waves, running after the ships. The serene fortitude with which the exile our ancestor people had borne so many and such grievous calamities gave way at last and was replaced by the wildest paroxysms of despair. Piercing shrieks of anguish filled all of Portugal. Childless and broken-hearted, they now sought to leave the Portugal land with their children taken. They now wanted to leave because they wanted to go try to find their children. They wanted to board a ship. But they were told that they had forfeited their right to leave. Listen, so our ancestors these Christians took our ancestors, took their children, put them on these slave ships to be whatever done to those captains in the slave ships, and then taken to St. Thomas, an island full of criminals and Netherlands, alligators, and who knows, you can only, the Epstein Island. But they were told, too late. You can't leave Portugal now. You forfeited your right. And they told our ancestors, this is your choice. Either be baptized in the name of Jesus, be baptized in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, the Trinity God of Christianity, or be enslaved. This is Christianity. This is Christianity. History they don't want y'all to know. And all these books confirm it. This is one. Got the book from the 1760s when this was happening, the writers told what happened. Listen, they were given the choice after they took their children and then took their money, took their property, took their land, took everything, be baptized in the name of Jesus or go into slavery. Thousands of our ancestors, after enduring all that they endured, after leaving their beloved country that they built of Iberia in Spain, after all their wealth has been taken and all their ease, their peace, shalom, they finally, some of them submitted to baptism only because of the hope of wanting to be reunited with their children. Some of them said, okay, after all you've done to me, you Christian devils, I will be baptized in the name of your Jesus, God. Hoping that once I do that, now y'all can bring my children back. Thousands were sold as slaves of our ancestors. Yet, listen, this is from Christianity. Thousands of our ancestors were sold as slaves, but before being sold as slaves, they were submitted by the Christians to tortures, to cruelties, to outrageous things done to them too revolting, too repulsive, too heart-rending to even be narrated by the author of this book. Terror seized upon the native Portuguese tribe of Judah. Remember, the ones who paid for the ones that came from Spain, the ones who were natives there, who had peace, they still had their houses and all that. Terror got seized upon them when they helplessly beheld the the cruelties to which their Spanish brothers were subject. This before they start to get to them. So terror seized on the ones, our ancestors there, who seen what was happening to our Spanish ancestors who came in, because they knew they were probably going to be next. It says, listen, the native Portuguese tribe of Judah, black Negroes, they knew they themselves could not escape the wrath of the church much longer. This the Spanish Inquisition. The wrath of Christianity, the Christian church, they knew they couldn't escape it much longer. And they thought of flight. The ones who were native to Port still had their money, their jobs, their positions, who paid King John all that money to let the people come in. And King John, like, you know what? I'm going to let them stay. And then the plague, the Most High said, nope, the plague going to break out. No, the curse is going to pursue. They were like, listen, they should have left before. That's why I said I would have left way before this. They thought, now, I think we need to flee. And it says, and well had it been for them, had they had made their escape right then. This author said it would have done them well if they would have just packed up and bounced right then. Because while those who were doing good, the natives, our ancestors in Portuguese, while they were making their secret preparations to escape, right? Trying to get their gold and get their money and tie up their stuff, King John II died in 1495. That's the Most High. See, y'all better know these curses. The Most High is just going to make it. You ain't escaping. Remember, they trying to get a secret escape from the curses. You ain't going nowhere. The curses will pursue you. All right? I know y'all think it's unjust, but it ain't. You got to have the fullness of why this is happening. He died. He had been afflicted on the very day when the ships laden with the tribe of Judah exiled children set sail for the isle of the condemned criminals. So the day that they took the children 3 to 10, I think 3 to 10 years old, and put them on this ship to send them to St. Thomas Island of the condemned criminals, that's the day that he died. He had a strange and painful malady, and it lingered. He killed over and died. His own promising son and his successor preceded him into the grave. His son, who was going to take over, he died too. And then his cousin, Manuel, ascended to the throne. And this Manuel, he was a counterpart to his predecessor. He was kind-hearted. He was a promoter of learning. He was eager to further his interests of Portugal, his country, by making discoveries abroad and by making commerce at home. He was kind-hearted. He immediately, he disenfranchised the tribe of Judah exile sold into slavery. So now our ancestors got another ray of light. Okay, Manuel, the cousin of King John, he's kind. He's thinking of money. He's thinking of commerce. So he immediately said, nah, freedom from slavery. And bring the children back. Send those ships and bring their children back. He promised to recall the condemned children. And he issued a law in which he commanded kind treatment of our ancestors, and he permitted the Christians from accusing us. In their great joy, the native ones of our ancestors, they sent an embassy to King Manuel, and they offered him large sums of money. See, the natives, we were rich, our ancestors, as a token of their gratitude to him. And the King Manuel, he thanked him. Thank you for all this money, and reassured them of his goodwill. But he refused to be paid for his human kindness. Oh, we got an angel here. Okay? Okay. Finally, they got some hope. But again, now listen to this. Listen. But again, destiny decreed that a woman was to play an ignoble part of the tragic history of our ancestors. Just when you thought we was good, no disrespect to my women, hell have no wrath. Remember, who is the serpent always after? He went after Eve. He did not go after Adam. Who did they go to? No disrespect, to destroy the black family? They went to the women and said, we'll give you jobs and money as long as you put the man out. So Yah is going to allow the serpent to go to the women. So look what it said. But again, destiny, prophecy, decreed that a woman, because remember, it was Isabella. So y'all don't know that. We'll go back. It was Isabella, the one who was just the wrath. So listen to this, of Spain. So now we got this good King Manuel. He took over. He like, I don't even want y'all money. I'm doing the what's, this is right. This is a good thing to do. But prophecy, a woman was sent into his life. A marriage was proposed between the King of Portugal, Manuel, and the daughter of King Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain. You can't make this up. This ain't nothing but the Most High. You better know how the Most High work. We got this good king, our ancestors. He want to do the right thing. He about to bring the children, some of the children back. He about to free the slaves. And he about to tell them that everything going to be okay. I don't even want your money. Take your millions. Build. We're going to build the city, Portugal again. You are free here. You can worship your creator. And the serpent said to the woman, the daughter of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of Spain, they introduced a proposed marriage. She must have been banging because he was whipped. And Manuel was rejoiced with this proposal. Now he's thinking, if I marry the daughter of the Queen and King of Spain, because that's the bigger kingdom, he like, I could become the king now of united Spain and Portugal because I'm the king of Portugal marrying the daughter of the king and queen of Spain. We are united. He saw his power. It says, and Manuel was rejoiced with the proposal. Already he saw himself in the near future as king of the united Spain and Portugal and of the entire new world. But Hashatan stepped between. You see what they writing in this book? Yes, y'all dealing with a man finds a wife, goes wrong. You know how they make the movie, right? But this is prophecy. See? This is Hashatan stepping in. This is the prophecy. The curse is not going to allow nothing. This has to play out. They ain't getting out of this. It says, but Hashatan, Satan, stepped between and dipped his pen in gall and wrote that marriage contract. Listen. Now, the marriage contract that the daughter of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand of Spain, the marriage contract, she wrote in the contract what she wanted done from King Manuel. Satan, it said Satan stepped between. Now these are Christians. You hear? Satan. It says Satan stepped in and dipped his pen in gall and writing the marriage contract demanded as one of the conditions the immediate expulsion from Portugal of all the tribe of Judah, both those who were native and those who came in as exiles from Spain. So the queen said, if you want to marry me, this is in her marriage contract. What kind of marriage I told y'all that marriage stuff ain't from the Most High. That contract, these beast marriage. That's the Most High had no marriage contract when he created his marriage union. No disrespect to nobody who did the beast marriage contracts. Remember, you better know where it came from. You better repent for this stuff. All right? Where it says Satan stepped in with this contract. I told you it's a beast. You're marrying a beast. Now listen. Now, it says the king hesitated because remember he had a good nature. He didn't even want their money. He said, no, I'm just kindness. But let me tell y'all something. The beauty of a woman toppled every kingdom throughout history. Oh yeah, you better read Joseph. You better read these books. You better read every kingdom in history was toppled from a woman. From the man heeding to the woman. Shout out, but when a woman is in her righteousness, then your kingdom can be saved. Shout out to the wide woman. What was that? Hera and them. Remember when they had Mashiach? And that Hera's wife said, listen, you ain't about to condemn this man. You ain't about to send us into no damnation and Sheol. This man ain't did nothing wrong, and Hera listened. You see? So, if a woman is righteous, salvation. But when she unrighteous, the Bible warned you all through that hell have no fury. Oh, thank you. It's Pontius Pilate. Thank you now, y'all. Sorry. Pilate. Listen to his wife. That's why it would boo. If you have a righteous, that's why it say he who has found a wife good. I mean, he will find a righteous wife find a good thing. You found an unrighteous, you found hell. You found Satan himself. You found Eve. See, Adam had an unrighteous wife. And that what started this second world mess. All right? Thank you. It was Pontius Pilate. All right? Now, this wife said, if you want to marry me, in this contract, you need to kick every Negro and take their money, put them on those slaves, put them on those ships, and send them to this west coast of Africa. Both those who native and those who were exiled here. But Manuel, the king, hesitated because he knew it was wrong. The fanatical daughter of these fanatical parents, she persisted. This is a spirit over them. This is a devil that the Most High allow. This is the prophecy going to be used. They're being used as serpents to bring this forth. So the daughter of King Isabella and King Ferdinand of Spain, she persisted. Her argument, made her argument more vehement with the fact that he hesitated. It says Torquemada might be well proud, because that's who started all this Inquisition stuff and all this stuff. Torquemada, we'll go back, because we skipped that part of teaching about him in another book, right? It said he might be well proud of his pupil. The possession of vast empires and of the most powerful crown of Europe is now being tempted, and the tempter is conquered. All right. Now, what it's saying is the King Isabella and King Ferdinand, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand of Spain, they're trying to conquer the whole of Europe for the church, Christianity, in the name of Jesus and Sunday worship and stuff, right? And try to extinguish. They already extinguished the Mohammedans, the Moors and stuff. They done. It's us. We are the ones that they got to because we have the Most High. They got to get us. So now it says, the possession of vast empires of the most powerful crown of Europe is being tempted if this Manuel don't listen, don't do this marriage union, and the tempter has been conquered, meaning he's going to sign this marriage contract. We got him. We got him. His nose is open. She's probably bad, gorgeous, I don't know, whatever. But he's open. It says he had purchased his right to the Princess of Spain. Listen, so now King Manuel agreed to marry her. And he purchased his right. That's what a marriage contract is, a purchase, a contract. It ain't of y'all. Y'all ain't tell nobody to make no marriage contract and go down to the beast and sign it and do all that. No disrespect to anybody who did it. I'm just telling truth to power. He purchased his right to the Princess of Spain. She's the daughter. This the king of Portugal married the Princess of Spain. Our ultimate enemies. We can't get away from the curses. Right? And he said he purchased his right to the Princess of Spain at a sacrifice of thousands and thousands of our ancestors' lives, and with the very destruction of the very pillars of his nation's prosperity. Because as Taj Baliyah said, whenever you whenever you expel, whenever you get rid of the children of Yasharal, the so-called Negro blacks, from any land that we were captive, that kingdom falls. Yes, Yah does not do contracts. He makes covenants. Come on, Roberta, that part right there. Covenants. And that's between you, your husband, and the Most High. No contract with beasts. See, it says this contract that he purchased, the right to this Princess of Spain, he sacrificed thousands and thousands of Hebrew lives with the destruction of the very pillars of his nation's prosperity that he wanted to use our Hebrews to help prosper. And on the 30th of November in 1497, at the same time when Christopher Columbus was going around with our Hebrew ancestors, discovering our ancestors that was in the Americas, 1490s, the marriage contract was signed. It's a death contract. See? The marriage contract was signed, and on the 20th of the following month appeared a law, an edict of the expulsion of all of our ancestors from Portugal. Listen, at this Christian marriage contract, wedding, signing, this king, we had a good one, and now we gone. The scenes of mourning and wailing and heart-rending cries of our ancestors, which resounded in Spain, the same cries that was happening to our ancestors in Spain is now re-echoed in Portugal. That's the picture we showed earlier. Only it was even more painful because of the terrible knowledge that has since acquired of the meaning of the word expulsion. So in Spain, they lost their thing and they were getting killed and everything, but they didn't know that the expulsion, they thought they were going onto these ships and going to go to another land, could start over again. But in Portugal, they already know that the expulsion means they're going to get on these slave ships. They're going into slavery. And they're going to be killed in the passage. They're going to be killed by the African coast, by Moors, and that So it was even worse. King Manuel soon regretted his signing away of his most industrious, most intelligent, and most prosperous citizens. I ain't say it. We ain't say it. The books are saying it. Our ancestors was the most intelligent, the most industrious, and the most prosperous. Manuel, after he signed that marriage contract with that princess, he regretted it because he knew his nation will never be the same. Once we send the Most High's children out of here, their intellect, their industry, their medicines, their everything that they bought. It said, but the marriage contract held him fast. It meaning locked in. He signed it. And the Spanish queen kept a watchful eye on him, his wife. And Turkomeda kept an eye on her and him. The prospective vast empire and the Spanish crown still dazzled his eyes, though. He planned a strategy. He thought he could force the parents of our ancestors to embrace Christianity. Do y'all hear this? We're going to end after this. This is the part I want to read, and then we're going to end. He thought, Manuel, he's still trying to make a way to save his country by keeping our ancestors there. He said, okay, this is what I'll do. I'm going to make a strategy. I'm going to force every black, Negro, Hebrew parent here in Portugal to embrace Christianity, become a Christian, and remain here. If you just become a Christian, everything will be okay. You don't have to lose your money. You don't have to die. You don't have to get beaten and raped and tortured. You don't have to get sent into slavery. Why? What kind of religion is this? If I don't take this religion, that's what you're going to do to me? I wouldn't take it. I probably would to survive. I don't know. See, you can't speak. You have to be in, because if you see a child being with, some of them didn't. Now listen, he said, if I just force, you hear the word F-O-R-C-E, see it on the screen, force the parents to embrace Christianity and to remain in Portugal. And if he succeeded in getting all their children into his power and into the Christian faith. See? So he's like, I'm going to try to force the parents and I'm going to get all their children into his power and into Christianity. He gave secret orders. Here we go. For the repetition of the atrocious crime of he gave secret orders now of the repetition of this atrocious crime of having all the children under 14 years of age seized, taken from their mother's bosom, taken from their father's arm, and dispersed through the kingdom of Portugal to be baptized and brought up as Christians. Y'all learning the history. He gave a secret order and took all the children now, all through Portugal, from all our ancestors under the age of 14, took it out of your mother's arms, took it out of your father's arms, and dispersed throughout Portugal to be baptized and raised as Christians. Listen, godmothers and godfathers. That's that painting. They took our babies and gave them to these Christians to raise as godfather parents. Do y'all hear me? Godparents. Now listen. It says this secret order that he wrote became known to our ancestors in Portugal, the blacks. Everybody was secretly, they taking all our children and they giving them to these Christians to raise them as godparents, to be baptized, and they're raising them. They're taking them from us. So the secret came out. Portugal again re-echoed the wail. Now you hear cries of people, their children being taken. Frantic mothers, black mothers, threw their children into deep wells or rivers. Listen, mothers, instead of letting your children become Christians, black people, they threw their children into wells. They would rather they die than to become Christian. This the part. I needed to get this part to end this study now. I want y'all to understand this is for, I knew this is in all these books. I know this already. I wanted to find this one. This was the book I was looking for, the one that was really detailed. So I got the other ones. We got all of, we'll see. Y'all hear this story. Y'all hear the different accounts of this. I got another one. Oh, we got more. It's plenty books. The mothers, listen, frantic mothers took their babies and threw them into the waters and the rivers so they won't become Christian. Mothers, black mothers, were also known to take their babies straight from their breasts and tear them limb from limb rather than to resign them to be Christians, black people. To all people. This is to let you know how our ancestors would rather rip their baby limb to limb than to rather them to be these Christian devils. Listen, it says they would rather know that the bodies of their children were dead and in the grave, and their released spirit, Raya, can go into the Shamayam. Now we understand what that means, right? We understand, right? Let me break that down. They would rather know that their children were dead now and in Jacob's bosom because they didn't take on this devil Christianity. Listen, guys, Christian religion, and their Raya can make it through the judgment into Yah's kingdom. They got a chance because they didn't forsake Yah. They would rather kill their children than have them take this serpent religion, Christianity. Listen, now it says they would rather do that than have them adopt a faith into which Satan sent his friends for their schooling. Whoa, bro. They would rather rip their children limb from limb or throw them in a river rather than be dead than to adopt this faith of Christianity in which Hasatan sent his friends for their schooling. These Christian, what's the names? I said Jacob's bosom. Yeah, I'll be doing that. Abraham's bosom. Thank you. Abraham's bosom, right? That's the place, the holding place for the good. And then Sheol is for the bad, right? Now, after you die, guys, you don't go to no heaven. All right, you go to a holding place to await the judgment. You know if you're going to make it to Yah's kingdom or to eternal damnation. Leg of fire. Now, listen what he said. It says, this faith in which Christian faith in which Satan sent his friends. So these monks, these bishops, these theologians, these clergy, these Christians, they said they are Satan's friends for their schooling, seminary school. I call it cemetery school. What it say? To be raised as Christians, they taking these babies. Yeah, the priests, that's the word I was looking for. These priests, too. They would rather their babies die than to be raised in Christianity. It said, with all of our parents' opposition, the king's orders were still executed. No matter what, you can't stop this. You can't stop it. No matter what the parents oppose. Many of our ancestors accepted baptism, but not enough to please the king. Listen, many of our ancestors said, okay, we'll be baptized in Christianity. That was not enough to please the king. And to wreak vengeance upon them for thwarting his wishes, he revoked his edict. So now, the Most High is allowing this to get darker. It wasn't enough to please the king now. Now his heart is getting dark. He revoked his law, his edict, and seized all who had not yet fled. So remember before he said, if they be baptized and let their children be raised as Christians and they become Christians, then you can stay. Now through those who accepted baptism, it wasn't enough because the curses. So guess what? He revoked his edict. Now you can't be baptized. Now you can't become Christian. He sees everyone who have not yet fled and sold them all as slaves. But the children of Israel was not yet forsaken. Here we go again. See what they say? See that on the screen? But the children of Yasharal was not yet forsaken. Italy, shout out to Italy. Italy, which had now become the seat of European learning. Italy now became the foundation of European learning because Spain wanted to get rid of our ancestors who brought the learning and put all this. So Italy now was the seat of European learning and have become very prosperous through the commercial and industrial zeal of who? The Spanish ancestors. So Italy had now become the seat of all European learning, and they became rich through the commercial and industrialized zeal of our ancestors that was in Spain, the ones who fled. When Spain first, King Ferdinand and Queen Elizabeth first started, some of our ancestors fled into Italy and in Naples, and they let them in and they allowed them to thrive. So now Italy has become the most prosperous. So some of our ancestors was able to go there. It said, to whom it had offered refuge, Italy, and some of them fled to Turkey, and bade the Portuguese fugitive a hearty welcome. What Spain and Portugal rejected, Turkey and Italy knew how to value. Our ancestors. Even some of the popes did. Listen to this. Pope Clement VIII and Pope Paul III. He said, I rejoice to give them credit for it. So the writer said he rejoiced to give them their credit. Favored the stay of our ancestors in Italy. Shout out to Pope Clement VII and Pope Paul III. I see, if someone do something good, I see the good. I don't care what it is. I see good. It said they had learned to appreciate the services of our ancestors, the tribe of Judah. The flourishing Italian and Turkish tribe of Judah congregations ransomed their brothers and enabled them to settle. So our ancestors that was lucky, we had congregations in Italy and Turkey, and our brothers who was able to come there enabled them to settle in these in Ancona, Pesora, Livorno, Naples, Venice, Ferrara, and elsewhere. And the blessing of Yah rested upon whatever city the tribe of Judah were permitted to settle. I will bless those who bless them, and I will curse those who curse them. But that don't mean the curses. Listen, guys, the curses ain't going to still. Yeah, I'm about to close out 2 times. The curses ain't going to still follow them. We're about to end out right here. I just want to end on this note. It says, many of the Portuguese tribe of Judah settled and became prosperous in the Indies, in southern France, and in Hamburg. Oh, our ancestors, wherever we go. This during the dark, this 1400s. Remember, I opened up with the Dark Ages, right? Pissing in pots and stuff. Our ancestors fleeing became prosperous in the Indies, in southern France, in Hamburg. Others settled in the Netherlands and became especially prosperous in Holland. This is where you cooking the Jacobites and stuff, guys. See, y'all going to see how it ties in. From Holland, large numbers of the descendants of the Portuguese and Spanish exiles entered into England through the intercession of Manasseh Yasharal, children of Yasharal, with Oliver Cromwell. And from England and from the Indies and from Italy, they entered the United States. This is where I wanted to end at. We're going to come back. Listen, we ain't playing. Listen, people, we learning where we come from. Cromwell, Jacobites, and from Indies, And from Italy, they entered the United States into the land where tyranny is known no more and persecution is fettered fast. Here dwell the Christian and the tribe of Judah side by side, peacefully loving, aiding each other, united with each other in blessed work for which religion exists on earth and spreading of the great principles of the political and religious parties. Here where the Christians stand in the hand of fellowship unto the tribe of Judah and unto the heart of the tribe of beasts is loyally American. Wrong. And then it all changes. All right, we're going to stop there because at that time, we when we first was coming, the first from the Europe and stuff, we were in the armies and we had a freedom there. But the curses, let me stop share. But the curses will pursue us even to America. See? And then starts the American transatlantic slave trade and all that. But we're going to come back, all right? That was a great chapter to read. That was the book I was looking for. I'm going to try to see if I can find the first page. Let me go to page 1 so y'all can see the title. So y'all can get, if y'all want to get the book, y'all can get the book. Let me put it on the screen. All right, let me share a screen and we're going to close out. Present, share screen, bang, share. This is the first page. This is the book. Let me get to the title. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Come on, come on, come on. You can do it. Digitized. There it go. Let me make it a little smaller so I can see the full thing on my screen. Make sure y'all can see it at home. There we go. The book is called The JEWS and Moors in Spain by Rabbi Joseph Kraskoff. And that's the original name for those converts. They got these Germanic names. Kansas City, 1887. M. Berkowitz and Company Publishers. This is the library of, all rights reserved. There you go. To members of the congregations of Be'anai Yahuda of Kansas City, Missouri. Shout out to Kansas City and deep appreciates their cons. This is in the 1800s. Okay? All right, that's this book. Now y'all got the receipt for that book for those who wanted that. Stop share. I had more, but now we can close out. That's enough. That's enough for tonight. All right. Woo, yes, not. He said they wanted us in this place because they knew they could. We build this city. Yep, and they would grow up because of us. They got our body and blood, and the Ish people got our identity, and this is why they can't separate. Facts. That's exactly what they did. Exactly what they did. All right, and we built this kingdom like they got us to build all of them. Now y'all learn some of the history they done want us to know. Spanish Inquisition, the Portuguese Inquisition, right? And this right here. Present, and we're going to close out right now. Share screen. I just want to show this last receipt. Share. This picture. The King's Fountain, 1570. This is Lisbon, Portugal. Now that you heard, this is what's happening. See him in the middle? That's our ancestor, Hebrew, being tortured. They dragging this one. I think it's over here where they was dragging him. And he had that club in his hand. Sorry, somewhere. And that's the Moorish knight right here on that horse. Right? So that was these images. Let me see, which way am I supposed to go? That's with the club in his hand. I just wanted to show the one they was dragging that. There we go. Dragging him away. See? And he got a club. We got the other book where it said they club our ancestors and the children. All right? And that, y'all can Google that picture. And now right there. Shafariz Del Rey, the King's Fountain. Stop share. Well, I did it again. Yeah, at least it's 1 o'clock. Not too bad. Not too. I'll be trying to end at 12, but this history is so important that I can't put a timestamp on it. You understand? We're uncovering the secret history. Thank you, Hakyama. I had it. You know, sometimes I just gotta go, right? Just do it. All right. Oh my goodness. Now I exhale and I drain and I be tired forever now. But I praise y'all tomorrow I can get some rest. I can just a Shabbat. Hopefully he'll let me get some rest for the week. I love you all. We're learning the true history and our ancestors and what they went through. We're really learning now. We're even learning things for certain sultans, Turkish, kings in Italy. I mean, we're really learning what happened. And I got all these books. And as we read other books, you're going to hear they all tell the same story, just different iterations. So it ain't like one book we reading from and thinking we're just trying to have people believe. It's all these books. It's books and books and books. I got maps. I got pictures, all of it. Maps of the conquest, timelines, all of it. I've been doing my history stacking all of it. Praise Yah. May you go forth with the understanding of who you are, whose you are, and understand that the scriptures that we're trying to serve is not Christian. The Romans, Catholicism, Constantine, Canaanite, Baal, Moloch, Mithra, this is not of the Most High. They took our Bible, the others took our identity, and they write. You see what this writer said in it? The serpent and his friends. He called these priests his friends of the serpent, spreading this Christian. It's all serpent. How could it not be? They did it by killing and they cut them open and just, oh my goodness, bro. I didn't know it was that bad. I did for a while, but before that I didn't. When I was Christian. When you know better, you do better. This is why this history is hidden. Those who have ears to hear, let them hear. Praise Yah, his holy name is rightful. Shabbat Shalom, Abba Yah, thank you for this lesson. Thank you for continuing to reveal, continue to break down. We got plenty more books. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through the Spanish Inquisition and stuff. And then we're going to let Yah take us to wherever else we got to go. There's plenty of books. I love you all. Go forth and be the light in this darkness, the light of the fire of Yah that you are in this darkness. Natural branch descended from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, children of Yah, as well as his children of Yah that are not of this fold, what they call Gentiles. Go forth and be the light in the darkness. Don't worry about all what you're calling yourself. Don't worry about worry about your fruit. What do you do? Be righteous, be good to one another. The Most High is about Ahavayah, but he is about truth. Truth is love. Don't never side with a lie. I love you all. From the Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah, to you all, Shalom, Yah Alta. Shabbat Shalom. Sorry, I'm trying to find my outro. Y'all have a blessed rest. I see y'all on Sunday, the Q&A, Sunday around 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See y'all on Sunday. May y'all have a blessed Shabbat, blessed day. Sabbath, guys. Blessed day, everyone else. We love you all. Shabbat Shalom.
He secures and hooks us tight a gift from your eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He executes